Hello and welcome to another Night of the Dead tutorial. I've done a previous tutorial with a legend run to show how to survive the first night of legend and the first horde night with legend difficulty without dying. It was a standard, what I call a standard base setup in terms of how you set up a base, create about 6 to 9 traps. I think I did 8 traps, a small little maze, to make surviving the initial horde on legend difficulty easier. Well, easy enough to pass without actually dying, and be in a very good position to survive the next few horde nights as you explore the island of Andorras, collect resources, and make your base even better and more resistant to the horde waves that will come every night. Now, there's a lot of things I didn't explain in that. I still think I did a fair job of explaining quite a few things, but I want to expand upon that in this tutorial. On top of that, people had mentioned that I did not do the cheese strat or explain that, and I have used that as well, and I've done that with a lot of my runs. And this tutorial is going to show you a easier way to survive the first horde night, but it is, fair warning, what I even refer to as a cheese strat. It's using the zombies' dumbness as tactics against them. Even when you use the standard strategy, you're getting them to path, although I feel that's the standard way the game wants you to play. You're trying to make them run through a path, through a maze of traps, and just die automatically to the traps without reaching you. But they're all trying to run at you, limbing at you through the traps, and then die that way. This way is just less traps to do a somewhat similar effect. So that's what this is going to be about. Now, when I play a legend run, since I like to do permadeath on my if I die on a run, I start a new one. So I've restarted this game quite a bit. I feel like I've learned enough to kind of speed run through the first few days, no problem. My current playthrough, I'm on day 15. I've gotten pretty far on that. I'm quite proud of myself right now. But usually in the last few times as I use this strat, I have a set goal of milestones to reach on even that very first day. So my last tutorial, day 0 is really focused heavily on harvesting materials, finding materials needed to get the base up and running for those 8 traps and the base walls and platforms I needed to have everything in place. So this one, because I will be focusing more on the cheese strat, this is about focusing on completing parts of the mission. And not only when I play the game, there's a set of milestones of tasks I want to get done on day 0. And I go a little bit further than just making a base. So I'll try to demonstrate that here, but when I'm doing the tutorial, it kind of distracts me as I'm trying to read things from the screen, explain things, show you what's happening on the screen. So that's going to slow me down. I know I won't be able to complete it, but let's see how far we can get. We're going to start here at the character creation screen. Now, also fair warning, I've already made a few mentions of stuff. I try not to spoil too much. I'm not going to spoil the storyline or any of that, but I will explain game mechanics of understanding game mechanics or understanding how survivalist games in general work. Then I'm sorry. If you've ever played Ark or Conan Exiles or 7 Days to Die, Soul Mask, any of these other kind of survivalist games where you're building up a base and you're trying to pal world even survive against enemies that basically try to attack your base, as you also go out into the world and have very for resources against hostiles. And that's what this game is about. And there's a progression system in all those games. Progression system here. The game has a scaling in terms of how difficult it gets. So you have to progress in most games, including this one. Now, this game is a little bit tougher in that regards because of the way the hordes work. They do get stronger and tougher faster than most other games tend to throw at you. So if you are on the harder difficulty levels and you're not progressing fast enough, it will crush you in this game. I've seen quite a few people that start this game, and on that first night they don't realize, even on normal to easier difficulties, how difficult it is. The game tutorial doesn't really explain anything. They kind of want you to crash and burn the very first time you play this game a few times. So unless you've watched a tutorial like mine, you may have a hard time if this is your first playthrough of the game at all. You'll have a hard time on that first night and the first few nights. Of course, if you watch this, hopefully that won't be the game won't be a big deal or as difficult, even all the way up to legend difficulty. That's the whole point of this tutorial, to explain all that for you. Answer some common questions a lot of people have, and some just things that are very hard to understand. Or can be confusing at very first. So that's what I'm trying to aim to resolve in this video here. Now, create your character however you want. I don't find the character creation all that great. It's okay. There's some stuff you can pick. It just feels like I'm picking ugly from ugly, in my opinion. The only thing I'll say is that you tend to play in third-person view instead of first-person, except for when you use ranged attacks. You can play in first-person view. But if you're playing in third person, if you have a bigger character, you increase the sliders all the way up, your character takes up a lot more screen real estate than if you're on a smaller, playing on a smaller character. So it does, in my opinion, make a difference, because that way, the bigger your character, it feels like it blocks more of your view around you when you're in third person. So the zombies can sneak up on you and get maybe an extra whack off that. If you're in playing as a smaller character, you actually get to see a little bit more around you and maybe get a chance to react a little bit faster. Either way, it's not a big deal. Design your character how you like. That's not the problem here. But you can play as the standard Lucy characters. It's a pre-made character. You can't delete it. But it's not terribly good as a character. It's okay. But it is a basic character. I really highly recommend you go and create a custom character. Not only you get to tailor how it looks to however you want, you get to pick these great occupation, positive traits, and negative traits that affect your character in ways you want. That being said, I'm going to go ahead and explain a lot of this here right now, and I will try to explain in a way that min-maxes a character build. You don't have to do that, but if you're playing on harder difficulties like the survival or legend difficulties, or even a custom that's even harder, you're going to want to min-max. This game is pretty brutal, especially on those harder difficulties, if you don't have your character set up right. So first off, when you get greeted at the screen, you're going to be automatically selected with unemployed. Unemployed takes 0 points, so you're going to have 20 points available. And that's it. All your stats start at 1. It is I would highly recommend not ever taking unemployed. It is a gimp of an occupation. It will gimp your character. Just please don't do it. Any other occupation is better than unemployed, and there's a reason for that. So the moment I select civil servant, it does take 5 points off and go from 20 to 15, but I get 2 traits. These all come with 2 except for forwarder. That's a little bit more unique. But if I look at these 2 traits, one is completion speed and the other one is equipment drop rate. And I can pick positive traits that match these, and let's go ahead and look at the point cost for that. Of course, you can also double up, but the completion speed is going to be from the alley. So from the alley also is 10% completion speed, just like diligent. But it costs 3 points. And if you also pick the kleptomania, which is equipment drop rate, that's 25%, and this is 25%. That's 5 points. So if I was on unemployed and I picked from the alley and kleptomania, right, that's 8 points spent that civil servant gives to me for 5. And it would stack up with these. On top of that, there's something you probably missed if you weren't paying attention. If I click civil servant, not only do I spend 5 points, I get free stat points down here. Civil servant costs 5, but I get 4. It's crazy. So staying with unemployed is a very bad way to make to build a character, unless you're intentionally trying to make your character harder to play. In which case, well, pick unemployed, hit create, and don't pick any positive traits. Then your character doesn't have any bonuses. Or pick all the negatives and really be hardcore. I guess you can go that way too. Play your own way, but if you're just trying to min-max your character but go through the harder difficulties, then I would not pick unemployed. Civil servant's great, as I just mentioned. Completion speed. What that does is pretty much anything in the game that has a progress bar, it's going to be affected by completion speed. Crafting in this game doesn't have any progress bars, so you can build instantly. But things like opening chests, skinning animals, breaking down a barrel, all that has a progress bar. There's different times to complete those. They do wildly vary, but completion speed affects all of them. Now, it doesn't affect things like harvesting a tree, cutting down a tree, because you're actually technically physically attacking the tree, or using a mining pickaxe to hit a boulder to break down for stone, or an ore node for iron. Those are not affected by completion speed. Those are affected by your attack. So it's specifically a melee attack to those. But still, civil servant, great one to pick. I will probably pick that as part of this playthrough demonstration for this tutorial, but let me go ahead and explain the rest. Angler, also 5 points. It helps with fishing. If you really want to play this game for fishing, I suggest playing a different game. It's not a game based off of fishing. It's just a little mini game that gets added to it. It's not horrible, but if you really want to play a fishing game, there are plenty of great fishing games out there. This is not it. This is just a bit added to it. So if you're doing a multiplayer game and you're playing with friends and you just want someone to hang around the base and they can fish a little faster, yeah, sure, go ahead, I guess. You just want a meme and you're on a lower difficulty, go for A4. But Angler is not really something I would pick. It does give you, again, it costs 5 points. It gives you 4 stat points down here, but Researcher, now this is where it jumps up to 6, and you actually get 6 points down here. So you actually get one more stat point to match what you've spent. It is Creativity for Researcher, which is experience gain amount, and critical rate. Experience gain amount is 10%, and critical rate is 2%. Now, the experience gain amount, I find both good and bad. I really don't think it's a huge deal overall throughout the whole progress of the game. 10% isn't going to make or break your character. You don't level up that fast or that much slower if you take the opposite. And then on top of that, levels are not the gateway to this game like they are in other games. Levels just get you 1 free stat point. So being 10% faster means by the time someone else is like level 44, you might be 48, which is 4 free stat points. I don't even think 10% even equals 4 levels. It might be just 2 levels higher. It just depends on what the max amount of experience are between those 2 levels. So most of your stats equate to like 1 to 3% on your secondary stats. So these are the primary stats and their secondary stats. The secondary stats would be like damage to zombie percentage, or evasion rate, or damage reduction. So some of these primary stats tie into those secondary stats. Some of them don't. Some of them you can only get through itemization or the research tree, or some of them, actually a few of them can only come through these starting traits here, but they don't come from the primary stats. But experience gain, I mean, it's not a bad thing to have. I just feel it's not, really a good thing that you have to have in this game. Critical rate does help with damage, but 2% isn't a huge factor in this game. Critical damage is not, especially early on, it doesn't really scale. You're going to have to get a lot of critical damage as well to go with the critical rate. But it's 2%. You can stack it with the Sharp Nails positive trait here for another 5 points, for another 2%. So you start off with 9%. Your character has a base, I believe, 5% critical rate chance. So stacking these two goes 7 and then another 2 for 9. It does help. Critical rate is not something that's easy to get itemization-wise in the game. There's no food buff, I think, is associated with the critical rate. I don't remember. So but you're not going to get it to exceptionally high levels. You're not going to get 100% even with this. So I find it not really a huge deal to take these at such a low rate. Maybe if they were like 5 or 10% critical rate chance, they'd be a bit more must-have. But 2%, it just doesn't. You don't notice it. And there's other ways to stack damage, and the biggest way is just headshots. So hit the headshot or weak spot on the zombie, you're going to do even more damage than the crit. Well, it counts almost as a crit. Of course, they can stack. You can crit and weak shot and smash hit, which is another way to get additional damage. And there's other ways to stack additional damage onto your hits. So crit is just another way that stacks with everything else. But it's a harder one to stack in comparison to other things, but it's not completely hard. Marathon Runner, getting 6 points, gives you stamina regen and movement speed. Both of these are really great early on, but they do fall off as the game progresses. You start with 10 points of stamina regen per second at the beginning of the game. You have 100 stamina, so it takes 10 seconds to fill to full. This gives you 10% stamina regen, so it's 11 per regen per second. So you're done in a little over 9 seconds. 9 versus 10 seconds, you really don't notice that. So it's not a make or break in my opinion. It is nice early on. You can stack stamina regen. Now there are a lot of things that help with itemization. There is, when it comes to stamina, there's a lot of skill tree perks that either reduce the stamina of things or increase your stamina restore. There's food that can do both as well, and we can stack a lot of that. So this becomes, as the game progresses, stamina doesn't really become an issue anymore. It's only really a big deal at the very beginning of the game. So, and like I mentioned, now here's the weird thing: vitality. A lot of these hover overs are incorrect in this screen. The only ones that are correct are strength and attention. Vitality is attack and dodge stamina for the top one. That's correct. They're really combined. And then hit points, max hit points. Vitality adds to that. Endurance is actually stamina regen, but it's not protection. It is satiety, which is how hungry or full your character feels. As your satiety or your fullness drops because your character gets hungry, it's going to weaken your character. But that also goes for your follower. When we get to that point, I'll explain it. But stamina regen, if you get a lot of points in endurance, it's really not going to be all that hard to get stat points. The stamina plus other things like food buffs and reduction from the stat tree, the skill tree, it's going to be a non-issue. So stamina regen equals to 2 hearts, which is only 2 points, and the other one is movement speed. Now that equals to speedster for 4 points. That's 6 points and 6 points. Plus you get another 6 points. Again, it's still better than picking unemployed. And it does stack. The movement speed is a 10% movement speed. There's not a whole lot of movement speed in the game, so it is not a bad thing. But unfortunately, there's these things called vehicles in this game. It's another form of transportation. Now, there is no fast travel in this game, like there might be in some other survivalist games, but almost all these survivalist games has ways to get around through some sort of vehicle transportation, and this game's no different. So you're going to be your movement speed of your character, it becomes kind of obsolete at that point once you get into a fast vehicle, yeah, you're just going to worry about it. So your armor slows you down by percentages as well in this game. They directly counteract the percentage you start with. It's still a very great stat at the beginning of the game because you're going to be doing a lot of running around for the first few days of the game. But once you start getting to building vehicles, which doesn't take that long in this game, it's less of a hassle or an issue. It still happens, but now you might be thinking movement speed would be great for avoiding zombies. It is, but you can outrun, and I use that in quotes, at any zombie so far I've seen in this game, even if you take the negative of reduced movement speed in this game. And that's because of the way the zombies will run. There's not a whole lot of zombies that are faster than your character. There are some, and not really in the beginning of the game. But if you zigzag and you know their pattern, they just really can't touch you. So if you just move, even without sprinting all the time, you can move back and forth. The zombies typically fall over themselves. They jump in weird directions. They're just not going to catch you. They also tend to have a tether range, the global zombies, so that spawn in the world. So eventually, if you run far enough away, they'll just give up. Even if it seems like they're not that far away from you, they're just like, meat went too far and it just won't keep chasing you anymore. So great still early on, it falls off, not so great. So while I have played this, and it's not my current playthrough as a marathon runner, it's not a must-have. Now, Forwarder is okay. It doesn't give you 2. It's the only one that only gives you 1, which is inventory slots. You start with 12 inventory slots, which is why I'm less interested in this, but it's the only place you can get these extra 12 inventory slots. You can get additional inventory slots in the research tech tree, stat tree, whatever you want to call it, in this game. But there's 4 nodes for it, so you can get up to 48 within the game. But if inventory really becomes a non-factor as you progress through the game. At the very beginning, it really is a problem. You don't have very much. There's a lot of things to get, a lot of different materials. Stuff doesn't always stack up to all that high. But you increase your stack sizes, you get more inventory, you get vehicles to store stuff in there. Your follower, as they get higher in level, gets more inventory. You get more followers later on as you progress in the game. And eventually, you can actually have vehicles you can build a mobile base on. Small spoiler there, but it's not a big spoiler. And then you could put storage boxes. Not only do the vehicles have storage contained into it, the bigger vehicles, but you can put storage boxes on this mobile base that basically eliminate the need for inventory slots into your character at all. Like just reach an area, go loot it, and head out, stick it all in a box. It's on top of your base, and go to the next area. You never have to worry. If you need more space, just build more boxes. So as the game progresses, this bonus perk, this starting trait, just falls off a cliff. It's not a big deal, so I almost never take it. Not to say that you can't. It's very niche to the early part of the game for usefulness, and not so useful later on. Thief, it's a meme build in my opinion. It really only affects multiplayer. Burglar prevention. There's not much that sets off alarms. Now, technically, any car you touch or door you open could activate an alarm and bring zombies to you. It's not a big deal, though. And with the chi strat, which I try to do with this, you actually want to be dragging a whole lot of zombies around you because you want to run them to your traps that you have set up. So this way your traps are more efficient when they kill zombies in a big group. So I don't find the burglar alarm a huge deal, and the enable steal vehicle only really matters when it comes to PvP. Yeah, there's a couple of mopeds in the world you need this to steal, but you can get these same two stats, the research tree, and then once you've mastered out the research, these don't stack with the research. The research already does it for you. So this is completely wasted and falls off a cliff, and you don't even get to use it. So you could steal other people's vehicle if you're doing multiplayer PvP, but yeah, that's about the only use for this early on in the game. Again, there's the research tree allows you to do as well later on, so this only allows you to do it early in the game. It's pointless. Soldier, very good. It costs more this time. Instead of 6, it's 7, but you also get 8 free stat points. It adds to range weapon damage, and it reduces weapon recoil. The second stat is very hard to get in the game. There's not very much of that. So the reduced to the recoil is actually really, really good here. This is one I have picked up a few times on different playthroughs, and I really like it. Range weapon damage, it's percentage damage. It just scales your character. And the further your character progresses, this is always relevant. In this game, there's going to be you typically do a lot of mixture of melee and ranged attacks. Melee is doesn't use ammunition, and early on ammunition is hard except for through bows or crossbows or something that uses arrows, which you're going to use a lot anyways in this game. So it's still very good to, especially early on, use range with arrows and a bow, except not melee. But you're still going to have to use melee. There's no two ways about it. Melee is great, especially later on, because it does AoE attacks where range does not typically. Unless you're getting something like a flamethrower or a rocket launcher. Another spoiler, those exist in this game. This is a current day game, so you're going to find current modern weaponry as the game progresses. So you're going to be able to use AoE range weapons later on, but early on you're not. So melee does help with that, and when you get damage leech, so that helps you heal yourself back up when you attack enemies. If you hit with the AoE of a melee attack, allow you to hit multiple zombies and heal yourself and keep you alive if you're in the thick of things. However, ranged, if you're kiting right, you kind of don't need to get hit as much. It's just, there's that trade-off. So it goes back and forth. But it's still relevant no matter what you style want to play. Unless you are adamant of playing melee only, then don't take this. But this is a very good occupation to take. Hunter is the last one. I find it's a meme. Again, damage to animals in this game is not really a big deal. There's not very many animals. They don't typically hunt in packs. There are more as the zones get more difficult. You move from one area to another, it's more difficult. There are harder animals, but nothing. They don't scale like the zombies. They don't outscale. They're not part of any of the horde waves. They're not everywhere. They tend to be. The zombies typically are around settlements and towns and roadways, whereas the animals are out in the wild. But they're very easy to deal with, in my opinion. So extra damage to animals, kind of a waste of a stat. This doesn't have anything down here. There's one skill research in the game, but basic damage affects animals because you're just attacking them. They don't scale as much. You're going to be one-shotting most animals anyways, especially early on. It doesn't take very long before you get there. You're going to run into stronger animals, then you'll progress up to the point where you one-shot those, and then you don't have to worry about it. It's just not a big stat to worry about. Damage to humans, I have yet to fight a human in this game. I haven't really seen too many humans you fight. Actually, none really if I watch the people that are further along in this game on their streams or their videos. So I'm not sure where this applies. I know there's a research tree, tech tree item that you can also increase damage to humans. Both these would be percentage. I'm assuming they're around 10%. I never checked. They don't show. I don't remember if they show on your secondary stats screen or not. But either way, it's a meme at most, like the fisher. If you're playing with a bunch of friends and you want someone to be the hunter and someone to be the fisher, and they're your base hangout people, then sure, why not? I guess if that makes the game more fun for you, play how you want. But in my opinion, soldier and civil servant are the two best. Researcher and marathon runner are the next two to use, and you could make a case for forwarder, but I probably wouldn't. Since I like researcher, I'm going to go ahead and pick that. I'm going to go over some of these positive traits. I've already talked a little bit about them. There are negative traits you can take that I feel aren't that much of a detriment to your character. And there's some positive traits that have no reciprocal negative traits. such as the parry stuff. Now, parry affects shields. There's no negative parry stuff in here, for example, but I don't find the parry a big deal in this game. To parry, you have to have a shield in your left hand, so you have to be using a shield with a one-handed melee weapon, and you have to actively do it. So you parry when a zombie attacks you. It's an action on you. It's great for when you're fighting 1 or 2 zombies and they're in front of you, but if you get surrounded by a horde of zombies, or the zombies start using ranged attacks on you, parry doesn't do anything. So I don't find parry bonuses here all that great yet, and there's some itemization you can get to do all these, and most of what I've seen from the itemization will cover you if you really want to go that route in the game. So I would skip over all the parry stuff. Steel Stomach, that's increased hit points from recovery items, specifically medicine. The same with the indigestion is the opposite. Notice you get 1 point for this and 2 points to use because it costs more for the positive versus what you get back from a negative version of it. This is 10% increase. This is 10% decrease, which is fairly typical in this game, around the 10% mark for most of this stuff. For the traits or the research tech tree points, some are a little bit more, some are a little bit less, but 10% seems to be about the average for what it gives you. Now, medicine in this game, I haven't seen a whole lot of it. I don't know if there's anything more than what you get at the starting, but you can create your own bandages and herbal remedies. You'll typically find painkillers, and you can buy antibiotics. The bandages give you 20 hit points, herbal remedy gives you 30, painkillers is 40, and antibiotics is 60 hit points, but all of these are healing over time. It's just not right then. So you click it, and you'll get a little buff icon on the bottom of your left screen by your health bar, and it'll go off, and it'll take about, I would almost say 10 seconds. It feels like you're getting a percentage of that healing over time. It's not going to be really oh crap, it saves me at the last moment. And the reason being is healing through these items has an animation and a timer. So your character cannot sprint, cannot dodge, can't do anything else while you're eating this medicine or applying this medicine to your character. If there's zombies around you, they're still beating on you. So you're actually sometimes hampering yourself if you're trying to use this mid-battle. So I don't find this to be particularly a good trait to take, actually, and I find that the opposite, indigestion, can be a valuable point to get if you need an extra point, so it's not a horrible thing to take. Now, 2 hearts, I mentioned the stamina usage. I still like it. I like having 11 over 10, but you go either or with or without it. It's not going to make or break your character. It's more useful early on because you're going to drain your stamina faster. Creative is a demolish speed. There's no negative associated with that. Basically, when you break down an item after you built it, so you put up a wall for your base, you put up a staircase, and you're like, oh crap, I don't want that there, I'm going to break it down. Well, this makes it faster, but you're going to get a lot of this through research tech tree points, and if you really need it fast, there's other problems with your gameplay to need this, so I would not ever take this. Parry range, like I mentioned, is not a big thing. Low voice, noise. So I mentioned a little bit about noise earlier. I don't feel the stealth in this game is all that great. Early on, the way I use my chi strat, I want to be loud. I want to be drawing in the zombies and getting a bigger horde. As the game progresses, you're going to have points in the attention, which reduces your noise. And as this grows, you're going to offset this. Not to mention there are research tech tree as well as food buffs. They really want to bring your noise down. And it does get useful and helpful because then you can single out enemies that are clumped together. You can shoot them with a ranged attack, maybe a gun with a silencer or something, and that one that gets tagged comes running at you while the other zombies are like, wait, I heard a sound, but I'm not sure what's going on. They just kind of stand around looking stupid. So you can draw out 1 or 2 zombies out of a group, especially if you're playing on the harder difficulties. This makes a little bit more sense later on in the game, but it's nothing I would worry about taking early on, and typically I actually take the opposite, which is loud voice early on. And you can also, same with the stamina negative regen, I can take that as well. Left hand is parry, low weight is jump power. You're not going to be jumping over buildings on a single bound. Jump power is also tied to your strength. You don't have a noticeable decrease in your jump power when you take or increase when you take low weight versus obesity. And if you really need to jump to reach an issue, you're not going to be jumping really to get rid of zombies. You can or you can't. Your guy can climb up to a certain degree if you get close enough. But you can equip a high strength item real quick, a weapon that has high strength, put it on your hot bar if you think you need to jump all that high, and then you can jump higher. Like I said, strength is tied directly to jumping power, and that is correct on this hover over, as well as in the game. Because of that, I typically take obesity as the opposite. Next one would be city friendly. This is a kind of an odd one. Yes and no to being good and bad. This one is another one you could take the opposite, and I usually do. So harvest nodes in this game are something you're going to be doing quite often. You're going to be using an axe to chop down a tree, or a mining pick to break apart a ore node or a stone node. I highly recommend just boosting your damage instead. Now this is percentage damage, 5%, but nodes don't really scale. I mean, they do in the harder zones. There's harder nodes, but they don't change, right? So if you're in a once you get to a certain damage threshold, you're going to be blowing up a node in 1 or 2 hits anyways, or using a power tool to do it ridiculously fast for you. So this is sort of useful in the early game, but just falls off a cliff in terms of usability, especially for 3 points. That I would not pick this. I typically actually pick the opposite. Yes, I do 5% less damage, but at the very beginning of the game, your tools are doing around 30 damage, flat damage to a hit. Tree takes about 7 hits on average. We'd see the tree has around 210 hit points. 5% less damage, right, is 1.5 damage less per hit. You times that by 7, right? Now we're at 11 damage off. So it might give you 1 extra swing required to be 8 instead of 7. So I really don't find this to be a big deal even early on. It's not horrible. It does help out with time being of the essence, especially if you're really trying to min-max your time and you know exactly what you're doing. But really, it's between this, the lack of stamina, I don't, and knowing how to manage your stamina, I really don't find it taking the positive and taking the negative to be all that detrimental. Now, next, Hyperopia. Actually, like taking this. Again, range weapon damage, good thing. I will stack it with Soldier, but I do like to have it, especially on harder difficulty levels. Early on, the bow does not do a lot of damage, even with headshots, and it kind of breaks down really fast, but I'd rather do, especially on Legend with these zombies being bullet sponges, as the saying goes, taking the 2 or more hits off because you have this, because that 10% damage does start helping out, will make a difference. And as your guy progresses through the game, like I said, it's 10%. 10% is 10%. It always scales. The more base damage you have, the more overall damage you're going to do. And you're going to increase both base damage and percentage damage. So yeah, it's good. Thick skin protection, which is damage reduction, always takes, especially if you're doing the harder difficulty. Zombies hit damn hard later on in the game, and right at the beginning too. They're gonna 1 or 2 shots you, and if this saves you from a hit, from dying, it's always worth it. And again, I believe I'm not sure if this is a 5% or 10% damage reduction, but it's pretty significant considering. Good posture, attack, dodge, stamina usage being reduced. Good, but not good enough in my opinion, not for 3 points. Again, this really doesn't affect you if you're using range attacks, because range attacks have no stamina usage. If you know how to move and backpedal, dodging, you're not going to be doing that all that much, especially if you're using range attacks. So you're not going to have to worry about, when you're fighting, stamina usage as much unless you're doing melee attacks, which this does affect more. But if you're doing a lot of melee attacks early on, or you're trying to do it, it's going to be hard early on, especially if you're doing a harder difficulty Deathless run. I go stick with a bow more often, create a bow right from the beginning of the tutorial, makes it pretty much do it right when you get outside the initial tutorial zone, I guess you would call it. So I would not usually pick it. I typically take the opposite, because it's very easy to deal with the stamina later on. You get it through itemization, like I said, Vitality does it, Endurance adds to stamina regen, lots of items will reduce it. There's lots of stuff with food buffs, there's lots of stuff in the research tech tree, so I'd rather have it as a negative than a positive. Good wits, stamina usage again, from the alley. Now I typically take this, again I even stack it with this because there's a lot of things that progress bars, and another 10% to make things even faster is just chef's kiss in my opinion for this game. Evil Nature to Zombie, this is another one for 5% extra damage to zombies. There's a lot of zombies in this game. You're going to be mostly shooting and fighting and smacking zombies, so more damage, better it is. Speedster, I like this and I don't. Again, you don't need to move that fast in this game. It is useful to have it. I sometimes take it, but I don't always take it. Big Bones, flat damage to everything. Now, I meant to go back to this. Did not mention this. Now, the good posture, the attack damage, does affect it when you attack with your tools, before you get power tools at least, on harvesting nodes. So there is a little bit of this affecting your stamina more when you are chopping down trees and breaking apart rocks. But it's not, again, not in my opinion, not really worth it. The Big Bones, flat damage to everything. Take it no matter what, unless you just like to gimp yourself. It's a must-have. Fast Hands is an interesting one. It's attack speed, but attack speed only for melee. It does affect, again, harvesting trees and rocks, but there's not very much itemization in the game for attack speed. There is a little bit. Most of it's on parts that you attach to a melee weapon. You can get some additional attack speed. There's actually quite a bit in the research tech tree points, but you do take a lot of books to get to max that out. But again, it does not affect range. This really only affects melee from what I've seen from my testing. I could be wrong. There are specific ranged reload. It would be the attack speed for range, and not necessarily the actual rate of fire. A lot of that's determined by the weapon itself, especially if you're using a gun that has automatic fire. Reload is really what it is. It's not going to be fast attack. And it's more for like bows and crossbows that only can fire and load one arrow at a time. Then the reload really matters with those, but not as much for other weapons, especially ranged weapons. Quick movement, evasion rate, I take it every time. And the reason being is evasion is what you think it is. It's a percentage chance to avoid an attack, and that means you take no damage. It doesn't matter whether that attack is a ranged attack, an AoE attack, or a melee attack. If the evasion rate kicks off, you take nothing from it. It's great to have, stack as much as you can get. There's very little itemization for this in the game. There's some armor that adds to evasion. There's a couple of secondary stats on pieces of armor and gear. There's a little bit in the research tech tree, but again, it's dribs and drabs. It's like 3% here and there. It's very hard to max this out. You're not going to max it out to 100%, but so getting anything you can will definitely help. Sharp Nails critical rate, mentioned that earlier. Environmental protection, I do like to take this. And the reason for environmental protection, this is one of those where it's a must-have on harder difficulties and a must-skip on lower difficulties. I'm going to pause right here in my explanation. I'm getting around the 30-40 minute mark. My recording software has not been doing so great. It just stops randomly. It does, if I use the Windows recording bar, it does at least save it when it stops. So you may see a splice in time. I'm going to try and not lose too much of it this time. I'm trying to do a full playthrough as best as I can. It wasn't doing this before. I've done some testing and I think I've resolved it, but just in case it happens, I'm just pre-warning you now that it may cut out and you may have a jump. I'll just restart back right where I stopped. If it happens and I notice it while I'm playing the game, I'll pause it and then re-go from there. So going back to my explanation, environmental protection. On legend difficulty, harder difficulties, what this does is it, any difficulty actually, gives you materials back when you break something down that you built. So a wall, a door, a staircase, a turret, a trap, anything that you place is going to cost resources to place it. You cannot move things that you place in this game. So if you don't like where it's at, you're going to have to break it down. And you get some of the materials back when you break it down. Now, some of that, on legend difficulty, the amount you get back is 0%. On peaceful difficulty, the easiest difficulty, is 100%. So this gives you 10% back. So on peaceful, this trait does nothing. Now there is some tech tree points in the game to give you up to 50%. You spend the points on those research tech tree, and you can't itemize and you can't buff against for this as far as I know. So this will stack with that up to 60%. But as I said, on lower difficulties, you already have a certain amount of percentage for this. It's on higher difficulties where this makes a bigger difference. So on legend runs, which is what I typically play, I take this all the time. So I suggest taking it if you're playing higher difficulties, which is what I'm going to do. And the last but not least, the experience gain amount. Already explained that. I don't really take it because I don't find leveling faster to be a big deal. Levels will come pretty quickly in this game. And then Kleptomania. This does stack with Diligent. It's 25% for making you start with an extra 50%. And items is huge in this game. This doesn't affect the rarity of what's dropped or what you get as a drop, but it just gives you more chances because it affects how much you can get. Now, it's not an always go off. You can have up to 900%, I believe. But even with 900%, if you kill something that would drop 1 item, it doesn't guarantee you another 9 items. It's an up to thing. So you can still just get 1 item. But it still helps out. You're going to get significantly more items overall throughout your gameplay. But I don't find 5 points really worth it here in light of other things to have those points. So I would have to either take more negatives to offset that or take less positive. And I find too many here better than another stacking of 25%. Plus, as I mentioned, 900%, you get that through itemization buffs and other things in the game. So it's really not that hard to get more of this in the game. And whether you're at 875 versus 900, it's not going to make that big of a difference late game. So instead, let's go look at what you can and can't take on the negatives. I've already taken a few of these. I can take indigestion. I can take asthma. I really don't want to take any of these other ones, but I can take the experience negative. And I do like to take this. That leaves me with 2 I have to take. So I either don't take something up here, or I take something like asthma and indigestion. Now, my character is balanced out. And I can play from here. So I am going to do so. Name the character Legend. And let's move on with the tutorial. I'm going to go ahead and hit single player. Going to start a new game. Those are all my previous saves. Now we're at the difficulty selection screen. You got all these tabs at the top, from peaceful to legend. I mentioned these already. Picking these will change the sliders on the background for these 3 tabs that you can't click unless you see custom. So the basic, there's a few things that change between all these. Peaceful, like for example, no research or loss per die. You don't say anything normal. Hard. But once you get legend and survival, you will start losing research upon dying once you uncheck this here. Now, the fun thing about the basic tab, none of these affect the these main tabs in terms of achievements. So there's an achievement for beating the game on normal. There's an achievement for beating the game on legend, and these other ones. If you're looking for the achievements, you can select anything out of this basic tab and it won't affect the achievement for you. That's good to know. But let's look at the what this actually means. If I click on peaceful here and I click on custom, these tabs open up. Right? I'll explain these tabs. So this is a general tab. It deals with the general zombies and the animals. So the left side is the world zombies, global zombies. The middle is the wave, the hordes that show up. I'm not sure if it affects the mini waves, because as you progress through the game, it starts having these mini waves that show up randomly. I don't think it does. But basically on peaceful, all the zombies have next to nothing in terms of hit point slider scales. Do very little damage, extra damage. They have very little movement speed. They don't spawn in huge numbers. Here's the respawn times. They respawn very slowly, as slow as it gets, basically. The horde zombies, same thing. The wave zombies that show up at midnight every day, they have very little extra hit points. The animals that you do fight have very little extra hit points. I click the advanced tab. You don't lose anything on peaceful when you die. Fishing's easier. It takes a little less research points to research the next tree skill. Experience, you get a lot more experience. You get a lot more harvesting. You start with some initial food. Production times are a lot faster. You get more from production. Your hit points in your buildings have a bit more. Where on legend, it's all the way down here. It's not all the way up for peaceful, but they don't drop all that hard or fast. Traps, this really doesn't, the only thing that doesn't change between peaceful and legend, your trap damages are consistent from what it looks like throughout. The big difference here is this materials return, as I mentioned earlier. On peaceful, you get all of it back 100%, so those traits that affect this or research tech tree points that affect this aren't useful at all on peaceful, but on legend, that's at 0 all the way down. This screen is a little bit different. You only have the one, which is hardcore. Click this, it's permadeath. So if your character dies, your character dies. This one unlocks all buildings. What that does is it gives you all the blueprints in the game from the start. So blueprints in this game are gated behind certain milestones, either tutorial quests, specific quests, or missions that you do in the game. So as you do certain things, you're going to unlock blueprints This just allows you to start building everything early on. Technically, however, things are still gated in the game. You can't just start building the most high-end weaponry and base components just because you click this. There are tools and other things and materials you have to get that are not going to be available for you at the beginning of the game. So you get to see all the stuff. You just want to click it and go into the game and see what's available. That's cool if you want to spoil yourself that way. Eventually, you'll learn everything anyway, so I would not really worry about picking this. Times per day, this is an interesting one. This is how long a day lasts in the game. The default is 240 minutes, regardless, peaceful through legend. It's 4 hours of real time to equal 1 day in the game, which makes 1 hour in the game equal to 10 minutes in real time. You could make this faster, down to 60 minutes, or slower up to 420, which just doubles the time. The slower it is, technically the easier it is if you're doing horde waves. If you're not doing horde waves, which you can select from the basic, no wave, then this does really nothing in the game. So at least I haven't noticed anything. They say that zombies or AI changes at night. I really haven't noticed that. Maybe it does. If it does, it's minuscule. It might just affect the noise rating, I think. I don't know how perceptive they are, but it really doesn't feel like it does much. So the only thing really on this tab that matters is hardcore. But if you play on the honor system, it doesn't matter at all. You don't have to have it hardcore. You just be like, okay, I died, start a new one. That's how I do it. This way you can get the achievements, because in order to have hardcore mode on, you have to click custom. Legend doesn't have it on, so let's look at Legend. If I click Legend, custom, we can see what that is. So as you see, the zombies have more hit points. The global ones, they spawn near max, they have a lot of speed, they do a lot of damage, they respawn a lot faster. The horde ones are have a lot more hit points as well. If you really want to go super hard, you can just max this all the way out, right? If you really want crazy bullet sponge zombies, you can do this. You can also make them spawn a whole lot faster if you want to. It gets crazy. I don't think this is correct, though. I don't ever see them spawning as fast as 30 minutes. 60 seems to be about right. I'm not sure on the other ones. But yeah, the respawns are a little bit weird in this game. So I have one playthrough where they respawn, but they respawn at like weird times. I have a couple things that have never respawned. I have a couple things that respawn. They don't always seem to respawn in the same spawn amount as the initial amounts. So I might come across a crossroads in the road, and there might be a dozen zombies there. If I clear them out, wait a few days in game, come to that same spot, there might be 3 or 4 as a respawn. So it's not as much, even on legend difficulty, that respawn. This really, I think, just affects the initial spawn. Especially as a lot of spawns in certain places have more of these heavier giants. These are the 3 categories, but even in these, there's many different types of zombies. Each zone has new zombies for each category that it adds to each of these. So the zombie variety in this game is pretty large, and that's what makes it fun for me. Advance, like I said on Legend, you'd lose everything when you die. Fishing is harder, takes more research data, you get less experience. Minimum experience is 1x. Same thing with harvesting, you start with no initial food. Everything takes longer in terms of, instead of being 0.5, it's 1.5. You get less resources back. The trap damage is basically where it was at before. If anything, it's like barely a tick over. The buildings are, don't have any extra hit points, and the material rate is 0 for return rate on Legend. So let's go ahead and go back to Legends. Look at the basic screen. Explain some of this. Again, you can click no horde waves. Click this, and you're not going to get waves in the game. Whether you're on legendary difficulty or peaceful, it does make the game significantly easier. But so I don't really want to play that way, so I leave it unchecked. Do what you want, though. Activate building in forbidden areas. This is a strange one. So in this game, there are certain mission areas, points of interest that you can go to. When this is checked, you cannot build anything in those areas. When it's unchecked, you can. Now, there are still other areas in the game you can't build in, regardless whether this is checked or not, like the instance dungeons. Small spoiler there. There's going to be some dungeons you can go into, but they're instance. So once you go in, when you come back out, the door closes, or you beat the instance, it's done. So you can't build in there because all those would be lost, and it doesn't let you do that. But I go ahead and on single player, just leave it unchecked. This is more for multiplayer. That's what most of these settings are for. The no zombie respawn, as you might expect, when you kill stuff global zombies, they stop respawning. It does make the game easier again. Natural and synthetic objects Natural objects are all the harvest nodes, trees, boulders, ores. Synthetics are basically everything else, from picking up mushrooms off the ground, even though that sounds natural, they're really not, to opening boxes, to the crates you can break down, barrels you can break down, cars you can loot. If you have this turned on, those things will respawn. If you don't, they don't respawn. So the reason it looks like it increases the scale, it does make it difficult, is because the devs feel like if you leave these on, you're not going to go out and explore. You're going to become complacent and stay in the area you're at because there's materials. They're respawning. Why do I need to go any further? Well, this game ramps up in difficulty pretty fast, and it constantly progresses. So if you're not constantly pushing yourself to go into harder areas to get more advanced resources, because where you're at is providing you enough, it actually makes the game harder. So that's why those increase the difficulty. But I still leave them on because I know to push myself, and I still like every so often being able to just smack something as I'm on the way back and I'm not quite full. No generator breakdown, I always leave that checked off. So I sneezing here and there, so I keep muting my mic. Sorry again, bear with me. I don't mean to do that, but sometimes it happens. So no generator breakdown. There's electrical things you can build as your base progresses, and this just randomly makes them break down. It's more of a nuisance than anything else. Even on my legend difficulty, since it doesn't affect it, I just leave this checked. No research losses. I do permadeath. It matters not whether this is checked, but if you are not doing permadeath with your legend runs, what this does is if it's unchecked and you die, the tech tree points that you've already researched can just disappear. It says you've lost the engineering trait, or you've lost the Boy Scout trait, or whatever trait that's on that tree. You have to go and respin points, and some of those points may require a book. So a lot of the research tree has books to get a point on. I'll explain that later when I show that in the game as we play. But you may have to find that book again. That can be a little bit of a pain in the butt. And if you have no research respawn on the synthetic, some of the books you can only get once. So if you lose that one, you're kind of screwing over your playthrough. So if I was not playing permadeath, I'd probably leave it on. Items drop on exit, more for multiplayer, not for single player. Lone team kill, again, more for multiplayer than single player. However, your follower or companion that you start the game with can hurt you if you uncheck this, and you can hurt them. It's more of a nuisance than anything else, but you can't uncheck this. You can change any of these settings during the middle of gameplay, which is kind of interesting. But if you uncheck this, you can actually use this to kill your follower or companion, sort of. They're effectively immortal, but it counts as a kill for PvP achievements. So this is a way to get PvP achievements easier. Buildings decay after inactivity, again, multiplayer thing. Last one, though, limit wave zombie amount. Now, this is an interesting one. And the reason this is interesting is because it's not what you think. This is not saying that the horde that comes every day has 200 zombies. Nope. This is not saying it has 50. This is some sort of offset. It's not even percentage. So this isn't half as much and twice as much, or 2,000 as much. I don't know what this offset represents. It's very hard. I tried testing it in game. I will say that peaceful has less on the horde than normal, and which has less than legend. So the horde waves, the harder it is, you do get more zombies in the horde, but they're mostly scripted, and I haven't seen it. It's some sort of small percentage change, and I think this is some small adjustment to say a bonus percentage to these. I don't know, but it doesn't feel like it's a huge game changer. So I just leave it at 200, and I'll leave it at that. So now we're on Legend. We're still showing it. You'll be able to see that because when I start the game, in the upper right, I'll say the word Legend. And if you are in one of these default tabs, you've only changed the basic settings, so if this is still locked, you haven't clicked Custom, it'll tell you what you're playing to, and you can get that achievement. So let's go ahead and start the game. I'm surprised my recording is still going. Hopefully it continues. This will be a long-form, unedited video, so it's probably hit 3 hours. If you're already in it for this past hour watching, thank you. Share a comment below. Like it if you like the content. I have a couple of smaller form videos explaining a couple other specific details, but I'm trying to cover as much as I can in this game and show you as a tutorial as I play the cheese strat. So we're going to load in here. I'm going to skip as much as I can. Times of the essence. You start hour 10, which is half the day in already for the first day. I'm going to go ahead and loot this room while the NPC talks to me.
I'm busy.
Can't speed this up, so
person. Are you currently in the underground capsule room on
Get free food, research, and painkillers. Very beginning.
I'm Dr. Veronica Grimes. I'm researching a zombie cure. Even power in the bunker now?
Now, quests you can't do until it usually allows you to do it. Some you can do ahead of time, but most you can't. So, Veronica Grimes is the main quest giver for the early parts of the game. She's giving you your main missions. She's telling me to pick up this light here. See that F picks it up. If you look on the left-hand side, that yellow is the main mission. F to open it, to pick it up. L to hit the light button, which also turns it on and off. And then F to open this door. Won't progress until you do these things. For some reason,
I need your help with the zombie.
I need to actually step through. I can go click here, grab these items, and equip them. She's talking. I'm going to loot things.
Please find the remaining mutant substance on Andorna Island.
Grabbing all the ones that I know are in here. There's not very much to loot in this area. There's nothing down here.
And I'll send a helicopter for your rescue. Make sure to record important things in your journal.
Now, I've listened to all this stuff a lot, but I really highly recommend, as you play the game, to listen to the chatter, the radio chatter. They do try and drop clues to help you out in your gameplay. Hit J for the journal. Main story, and you'll have the combat, survival, questing, and crafting quests as well. It's interesting because each one of these, just about, not always the main story, but everything else will give you stat points as you complete pages. Some pages have 4, some have less, but as you see here, if I complete this main story, page 1, when this is done, which is usually just leaving this starting area, I'm going to get +1 in my strength. So when I leave here, you're going to see this happen. Very nice to get a lot of stats that way. This is why I said levels and experience is not as big of a deal, because you get a lot of stats through this, itemization, and other methods. I guess I'll make mention, I forgot to mention this earlier, but the stats and what they do, I think I did, in the character creation screen do not match up to what you see here and your main screen. So if I hit C, I bring up a character. Vitality, as I mentioned, was attack and dodge plus max hit points, whereas the other one just said attack and dodge. Endurance here is satiety, as I said, which is the food level, and stamina regeneration, but the other one said protection, whereas protection is really on judgment. So the only ones that were correct was strength and attention. The other 4 were incorrect. That's why I said this is your primary stats, which have a direct correlation to most of these secondary stats. You start with 100 hit points, 100 stamina, 100 satiety. These are the basic stats that you have, some attack stats, some defense stats, recovery. As needed, I'll explain things as we go along, especially the more confusing parts. But for right now, let's just play and move along. You'll find our first Zombieland inspired character. He's a Jesse Eisenberg lookalike. This game's heavily influenced, in my opinion, by Zombieland. A couple of the characters go by name in here. But yeah, he's our guard. They'll be working with an NPC called Walter Wagoneer. Hop over here and see our first follower companion. Now, this is who we get. We get 1 at the very beginning. We could swap them out as we progress our story a little bit further, but we can't get more until we hit level 50. Now, I'm going to go ahead and look at our follower. This is what you should do, especially on your playing harder difficulty. And this is where I may restart a run right here. You can hit F or T to interact with them. F brings up the exchange button. T will take you to the follower order screen, right? Where you can click the tabs to go there. The other way to interact with them, anywhere you want, is hit the little tilde key, which is the key next to your 1 key where your number row is on your keyboard. So it's just to that left. It's that weird squiggly line. And this will bring up the order screen. And you can click anything here, including giving them on the exchange things, making them wear items or use food products on the inventory screen, or come to here. So we're going to come here and look at what they started with. They start with the research occupation. That's an OK one. And then we're going to click here for traits. Now, they start with creativity. Like I said, experience gain is okay. It's not a big deal. Crit rate's kind of nice. Jump power matters nothing to them at all. None of the movement abilities matter to them because they are going to basically teleport to you no matter where you're at. City friendly, I don't like them breaking down stuff. A lot of people turn them on to harvest stuff when they're around you. I find it's worthless and a waste of time, mainly because they have -50 to all their stats for damage for anything in this game, which makes them do very little damage in this game, both to zombies, to trees, to boulders, to whatever. So having them another 5% really doesn't matter. You're not going to use them for harvesting early on. You're going to be way faster on your own, and you're going to want to move from node to node faster than what they can do. Because as soon as you move out of range, they stop doing what they're doing. So they're not going to help you at all, really. So this is not a big deal. I don't like them grabbing things off the ground either. I like to manage their inventory myself, because sometimes they may pick up something and I'm like, crap, I didn't want them to pick it up. I need that inventory slot for something. I have to drop it and just waste time. So I find it more of a time waster to let them do things. Later on, you're going to get other things for automation. Your followers never do automation except for harvesting, and there's better ways than that later on with actual harvesting automation devices that you put in your base. So whatever it's a waste, hyperopia, good, because when I do let them use range damage, it does help, but it's not a big deal. Thick skin, this is what you want to see on them. Damage reduction, because they don't have a GIMP to their damage. So this is already starting off with 30% damage taken. Like I said, if I go ahead and drop them off of this and go to their character, it's 20%, which is a huge initial starting damage reduction. Some of this also based off the judgment up here. That's what that 0.5, you get like 2.5% per point. So you start with 20% damage reduction just from that thick skin, which I told you is a big one to get. Good wits, parry, stamina usage. They don't have stamina, so this is wasted on them. They do start with more hit points than you at 200, but satiety level does affect them, as well as you the same way. From the ally, I don't care about completion speed for them. Evil nature principle, I don't care what they do damage-wise. Speedster, I don't really care. Steel stomach is actually better on them than you, because for some reason they don't get locked in the same animations. A little bit, but not as long. It's not as big of a deal for them when they're healing themselves. The big deals here are slow hands. I do not like them attacking slower. I typically make them into meat shields, and I give them weapons that have chance to do extra stuff when they attack. So I want them attacking faster, not slower, typically when they are being my meat shields. Clumsy movement, evasion rate reduction. I don't like this at all for them. I don't care about the experience loss. Again, they're getting experience gain over here, I think. Yeah, on the creativity, so this is a wash. Forgetfulness, I don't like this at all. So typically, if I'm playing this run out, I would restart here and get a completely new follower and see what they randomize stats, because right now this one is kind of trashy. Besides the protection, there's nothing else really on here I like on this character. But I'm not going to waste time with that. This is a tutorial, so we're going to move right along.
You'll need to survive.
Now we get introduced to the radio NPCs that give us our side quests, our other journal quests.
I've assembled the best team of experts for assistance. Learn by carefully following their instructions.
Advancing the main story will unlock buildings and rewards.
Nice to meet you. My name is Sierra Wilder, a survival expert. From now on, I'll share all the survival knowledge I know with you.
I go ahead and usually take all of their painkillers. I give them half the food bar, hit A, whatever this is, and then you can just drag it over and it gives them half. That's how that works. Or singles. She's telling me to change my viewpoint. Hit V key, changes my viewpoint. I typically stick in third person. When I'm on a vehicle, I zoom out with the third person. It's a little bit better. And you automatically go into first person when you zoom in. Now, you start around the starter city, either one of the 4 cardinal directions. I think this is the north side, which is the better side to start on, because it's the shortest distance to go to where I want to be at for all the starting missions. If you're on any other ones, you're going to have to go further and go through a lot more zombies to get to the main mission starting, which is the research center right at the very beginning, and a hospital and other places. So this is the best start to be at. It's going to tell us to pick up some small stones. You can pick these all up anywhere. There's one right there. We're going to need a few more. So we're going to
now it's time to use that small stone.
Grab a couple over here.
Stone knife.
And we're going to craft. This is the handmade crafting. We can do this anywhere on the fly. We can hit H, craft like basic arrows, the herbal remedies, the bandages, and also the stone knife. It's crappy, usually melee weapon, but you can use it to smack down bushes as well. This is a yellow. This is a good time to explain the rarity. The generic pool items have 2 main traits. Their rarity, which is going to be common, superior, or rare. Basically boils down to gray, blue, yellow. As you can see here, I got a yellow, which is the rarest one. And those give you additional secondary stats. So your primary stats, the damage, the stability, and the negative, the movement speed, those don't change unless you enhance the item or increase the tier of the item, or just get a completely different item. That's in the higher tier anyways. But stone knives are tier 1 unless you harden, which involves a specific blacksmith anvil. You can't make them. You have to find them in the world, and then you have to spend a lot of resources, and I can make this stone knife go from tier 1 to tier 2, and the more resources I spend, I can go all the way up to tier 9. It's going to increase the base stats of this item, so the damage will go up. But it's not really worth it on a stone dagger. I mean, if you got nothing else to do, I guess. You're going to find swords and other things later on. They're going to have much better base stats for their tier level. So if I make this a stone knife up to tier 4, or say even tier 2 to match a machete, which is a tier 2 little sword, small sword, it's not going to have the same base stats that match the machete. The machete is going to be overall better. So it's not worth spending the points on these lower tier items. But as a rare, it does get secondary stats. Now, common have no secondary stats. Blues, the superior, have anywhere between 0, they can also be without secondary stats, to 2 secondary stats. Some items have more or less. And yellow has, for weapons and accessories, anywhere between 1 to 6 secondary stats. Or no, sorry, 4 secondary stats on yellow. Sorry, uniques, or the red ones, go up to 6. And on armor, can have 1 to, I think they only do 3 on armor for rares. There are items that are part of the unique pool, as I just mentioned, let the cat out of the bag. Those will be a red background. With armor, it's 1 to 4 primary, secondary stats. They also uniques have their own built-in stats that's specific to their unique status. And then again, accessories and weapons have up to 6 secondary stats they can have. They do different things, like this one's lightning reinforcement, which adds some lightning damage, which I'm not doing lightning damage right now, so that's a waste of a stat. Wound reinforcement, which helps with crit damage as well. And anything that does physical damage, it's going to add 10% more damage. So even your basic attack, that helps out quite a bit. Doesn't show up on your character screen, but it does get added to the damage calculation. It's just hard to see until you get one of the targeting dummies that you can build later on that show you your damage output. And then stability. Stability is interesting. That is your initial attack
now,
accuracy.
shall we gather some branches and leaves?
If I drag this to my hotbar, and I click 4, you get to see my cursor change. It's really hard to see it, the dagger, but my dagger melee is not as bad. Sometimes it depends on the melee weapon, but there's could be a spread of an area it hits. Now you see it when I'm attacking, that little spread right now. The dagger can hit into that area. And it has its own animation pattern. It's not as a big deal with the melee weapons because they tend to attack in the same direction all the time. So most melee weapons have a forward swing, backswing, forward swing, backswing. Some are different. Some have stab motions. Some have forward swing only. Some have backswing only. It just depends. There's two-handed weapons. There's single-handed weapons. Telling us to make axe. So let's go ahead and make that next. And chop down some trees, as you might want to do with an axe. Hitting stuff is odd because if you get too close, you can have that happen. If you're too far away, you're over swinging, just waste. So you want to be at the right distance. You play enough, you'll understand. The other thing when you do these is you want to come up to, like, see, this one has a bush next to this tree. I can hit them both at the same time, and it doesn't reduce the durability any faster. Now, I mentioned durability. Let's talk about that. On the left-hand side of the icon of that axe, on the number 2 on the hotbar, you see a little green bar. Same with the little dagger there. As you use any item, that durability decreases. I wish they'd give you the hard number what that is, but they don't. But as it decreases, it's going to go from green to yellow to orange to red. The lower the durability, the less effective that item is. So right now, if I hit C button, my damage for this axe is at 25.2. As it drops as I use it, I'll try and use it real quick here, and it drops from green to yellow, that is going to go from 25 to 20 damage, if I remember right. The other thing is, while you're doing this, pick up things so that, and don't sprint always between stuff. Like mushrooms are great. That's going to be your main food source early. So you don't that way you get your stamina back. So one thing I was going to also point out is some of these nodes take less, because marginally less materials back. So like this is a skinny tree. It should take me 7 wax. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is a fat tree. This will take, and there's fatter ones. It should take 8.
Try crafting a pickaxe.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 9. Different ones take different amounts of swings. That gave marginally more resources back. I'm going to go ahead and get this down to yellow and show you that on these the skinnier ones could take more than 7 once that happens. You have to repair it, but you can't really repair it right now early in the game to get repair kits. Not terribly hard to do or get, but I'm not worried about that. Repairing a gray tool or even weapon or gear is really not worth the effort. Gray stuff, if you craft it, use it, and it breaks, I typically drop it. Can't use it for much. Probably heard a hunger sound right now. That's my food level going down. My character is getting hungry, and this is a good time to explain that. So when you look in the bottom left of my screen, I have a red bar, which is my health. A yellow bar, orangish bar is my stamina, and a white bar is how full my food level my character is. And that white bar has tick marks. As I get hungry and I reach the next tick mark box, it reduces my max hit points and max stamina by that percentage amount. So let's go back to hit C. You can see right here, my satiety level, each tick mark is always worth 20 points. I hit 80 satiety level, which is my food level, and the more actions you do, the faster this goes down. But it limited my hit points, which were at 101, and my stamina, which was 100, to the same amount, because I lost 20% here, I'm going to lose 20% here. So you can increase your satiety, your food levels, and that'll give you more bars. So when you lose a tick mark, you're losing less than 20%, maybe 15, maybe 10%. So it's good to do that as well. I'm going to go ahead and eat some food. You want to stay full all the time. When you hit plants or bushes and trees, you'll get free foods like these little apples and cherries. I would save them because you make them into other dishes later on. But you can also eat them if you need to. You start with the candy bars. They're not going to give you a full bar or full tick. It's not worth 20 satiety. It's worth about it's what you see here. So each 10 calories equal to 1 satiety roughly, right? So to fill a full bar, we need 200 calories. You need a good amount of resources early on. These rotten logs take even less hits. That's still green, so let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not 7. It's not 8 or 9. So there is that. I'm going to go ahead and do this. Just get this to yellow, and then I'm going to drop it. I'm going to make a mining pickaxe. Don't try to, like I said, sprint between them. You're just going to waste stamina. A little bit here and there. You can manage it. Anytime you're not doing something, getting stamina, you spend your stamina slower typically than you gain it back. So you can do these like sprint, not sprint, sprint, not sprint tricks. If you really want to maximize your movement and not worry about your stamina usage as much. And the other thing is I try and path my character, so I'm picking up something in the process. Like usually I try and pick up mushrooms because they take a little bit longer to pick up, or I break down a box or get something else where my character is locked into a progress bar animation that's based on completion speed, but it doesn't cost stamina to do that. Sorry, I just bumped my mic. And this is taking a bit to get to yellow. I don't want to waste time, come back to these nodes, so I'm going to go ahead and make this pickaxe it's telling me to make. I'm going to cut down some more trees in a little bit. Craft that, drag that to my bar, and start hitting these nodes I'm right next to.
Let's use our crafted pickaxe to gather stone.
This is the ore node. You'll see it gets complete on the left-hand side when I destroy it. That's going to give you iron ore, a chance at copper, sulfur, a couple other things, pieces of iron. These are the hardest things to hit. It takes usually a lot of swings to break them down. The bigger ones take an extra swing versus the small ones. But as you saw there, it took a good amount of swings. So I'm going to take as well. I'm going to try and line up just so I can hit that bush. So I got both the bush and the node at the same time. These are definitely harder to break down than both the stone and the trees for the tools, especially early on. Iron and copper you're going to need lots of in this game. You'll get them in other ways later on, but early on this is really the only way to get it. These are stones. They're going to be either reddish or brownish or white. There's also certain ones that are harder to hit and break down. Not in this area though. And other ones are going to be easier. You're going to get regular stone, pieces of small stones, and limestone out of this stuff, as well as clay on occasion. All those are used for various crafting materials. But early on, you're going to want to get the iron nodes a lot because you're going to need 3 pieces of copper to make each trap in this game. So the rarer drop out of these iron nodes is copper. Although it gets much easier to get copper later on as the game progresses. Stamina back. It's where I like having a stamina regen sometimes, because early on, it just speeds things up. But because I know I'm going to be talking to you, let's see, if I look at my under recovery. As I mentioned, you start with 10 stamina regen, because I took the negative, I'm at 9, so I lost 10% stamina regen from taking the asthma. If you don't actually hear the whack, you didn't do it. Oh, hungry again. I like to spend some of my initial points
wake up on a zombie island and feel like you're left alone. I'm Jamal
into endurance.
the mechanic.
So you level up, you get 1
So
point.
let's kick things off with that.
As you saw, I got a free point also earlier from doing the quests. And speaking of quests, I hit J to bring up a journal. Now you see I have crafting and I have survival quests. When I did this survival quest to get them all, which was to destroy it, I got 1 attention point for the completing the whole page. But like I said, if I go back to the main story, if I reach level 5, I'm gonna get 1 vitality point. Whereas if I complete all these initial ones, I got 1 strength point. So completing pages typically gets you a free bonus stat point, and it's very easy, as you saw me completing this stuff, and it's just going to stack on with the what time is this? Over there. Now, if you notice, my character runs slower with my equipment on. If I put things up, I run a little faster. When you're trying to be as efficient as possible, especially on the harder difficulties, this does matter. Every piece of gear that your character has equipped on them will slow them down, from armor to weapons. The bigger the weapon in your hand, the slower it tends to slow you down. Big 2-handed stone maces that you drag around on the ground like Flintstone is going to slow you down quite a bit. I can show you that in my inventory. This is 11% movement speed reduction. This is 5%. The heavier, this is 2%, this is 3%. The heavier the armor, the more movement speed reduction you are going to get. Go ahead and chop down a few more trees so I can show you that I'm getting close to the yellow, and we'll count together when I do so. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Still at 7. I like putting points in stamina early for the stamina regen and for the satiety reduction, so my character isn't blowing through food as fast. I also like putting points early on in strength, that is flat damage, and then also judgment. You're eventually going to start maxing out memory a lot because it's percentage damage to zombies. The fishing doesn't matter, but that damage to zombies does. You're going to put a few points maybe into attention, vitality for the max hit points, as well as stamina usage. But those aren't what I find to be the first ones to pump. I like to pump, at least for myself. So if you start Marathon Runner, you start with 5 in endurance plus the basic bonus stamina, so you don't actually have to start putting points in the endurance if you start with that occupation. But all the other ones, you probably need to put a few points in there. I like to get it up to 5 first. I'm not worried about stone. You later convert everything you build in your base from wood to stone to metal structures to harder metal structures. But I don't need to do that right at the beginning. I can leave everything as wood for the first few days at least. No problem. The zombies aren't going to do enough damage to wood structures early on. So I need more wood than I need, and iron nodes for the traps, for the copper than I need stone. Now let's look at notice what I'm at. So I'm at the yellow, so this is a skinny tree. Last time I've taken 7. It should take more now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we click here, we went from 25.2 to 23.2. We lost a couple of points. That's why it takes more. And as it decreases further, it'll go from this yellow-green to yellow really quick. And I'll drop down to 20 points, and then to 15, then to 10, and then to 5, and you basically got no bonus damage. You might as well be punching the tree. And it's broken at that point. Character will still have it in hand. Speaking of broken stuff, when it breaks, it's not actually broken. It's not permanently broken like in some games. You just have to repair it if you want to keep it. And it goes back to full with the repair kit. It's pretty simple on that. And preemptively eat the candy bar. And as I mentioned earlier, the food level, satiety level, affects your follower as well. They have 100 satiety, but 200 hit points. So when they hit that next level of satiety down, they lose 40, whereas you lose 20 because it's 20%. So let's go ahead and let's see. That's now actually has it gone to the next level. I'm kind of wasting time, but I'm trying to demonstrate stuff, and normally I would not be doing this. I'd be focusing on the tutorial quest and moving to where I want to move. But let me go ahead and bring up the build quest system. Just hit B to do that. It's asking us to make it a workbench. This is going to be under production. And then there's going to be more. There's the main 4 tabs. There's a couple later on. And then there's the sub-tabs on the actual items you build. So let's build the equipment workbench. Hit T. You can see the tutorial on the left-hand side of the blue. Just hit B to bring that up, and then you find it in the list. It doesn't show you where exactly, but it's not too hard to find. And just build it. And I don't have to do anything more than just build the one.
Pretty handy, you know.
Interact with the bench and create a pipe. So we're going to do this, create a pipe, and now I got a pipe, which I like to give to my follower so they have a melee weapon. You just put it in the inventory. You cannot drag it. They will automatically equip weapons. They will automatically equip the highest tier weapons, and they prefer a ranged weapon over melee. So bear that in mind. And so if you give them a ranged weapon and ammo to hold, and you don't want them to use it, well, you lost some ammo. So bear in mind with that. So now I need to craft a bow. Click on bow, craft a bow, got a junk bow.
You can't just have a bow and no arrows, right?
Make some arrows. Over here. And make a few of them. Now it uses pieces of iron, which we got from the iron nodes, and branches. Branches are used a lot in the early game. I do mean a lot. So I went ahead and crafted as many arrows as I could.
Equip that bow of yours and shoot an arrow towards our lovely crafting bench.
I want to just hit this while he's talking. If you do this out of order, like you make the bench and shoot it, it won't count. You have to do this when it shows up on your screen for it to count. Like I said, a lot of the quests, the journal quests are like this. Not all of them. There are some where if you're going through the game, it'll pop up, and if you don't activate it. So if I hit J and see how the star, you can click the star on and off to activate and deactivate it. But let's follow this up. Shoot the bench. So it says to do attack bow, and F to pick up the arrow. It's not telling you to pick up an arrow in your inventory and put it there. It means to pick up the arrow on the ground because you can get your arrows back.
Don't just leave that
unless they fall through the world,
behind. That's a waste of good
which does happen a lot. Or you just lose it because it goes into the grass and it's a pain in the butt to find. So it says to make a hammer, hit H, make a hammer. I typically stick that on my last slot, my main tool.
Once you've got that hammer equipped, there's a bunch
Equip
of
the
uses
hammer.
with it.
Says to repair the bench with the T button. Uses a branch. So early on, branches are used for everything.
Equip that hammer and head over to the crafting bench to start the dismantling.
Now we demolish. Now you'll see on the right hand side, I'll get materials back because I took the trait to get the materials back. So I got a piece of iron, small stone, and a log, and a branch, but I didn't get back everything that I took. So I took 3 branches, 2 stones, 2 irons. I got 1 of each of these back. The cool thing is typically it wants to give you the most expensive item back when you're at the minimum, which is 10% here. So there's that. What's my damage on this? I was trying to see if I can get it down a little bit further than the 23 just to demonstrate that. And then I was just going to drop it. You want to keep your blue and yellow gear because you can, in a little bit, create a bench that allows you to combine gear. And if you can combine gear of high enough rarity levels, it allows you to get higher tier gear. Sorry for the tongue twister. So, for example, the stone knife is a yellow tier 1. But if I combine it with other yellow tier 1s, you have to have 5 of them, or blues, and then I'm guaranteed a tier 2 item. And that could be a piece of leather armor. It could be a better, like a pistol, which is in that grouping of tier 2 items. It only gets a tier 2, and it's a random one which you get. And the rarity is sort of randomized. So when you put in a item into the reassembler bench, basically it's a coil bench that you can reassemble at. Each item, based on its current tier and rarity, is worth a specific amount of productivity points. There's a rabbit over there. I'm probably going to want to go kill it in a second. There's a lot of random animals at the beginning part of the game. Go kill them, skin them. Definitely worth doing so. The small animals, they will drop meat. You can eat it as is, and cook it up, but I actually like to save meat. They do like to zigzag, and your bow tends to shoot to the left. Yeah, let's go after this rabbit instead. I could go try and find those arrows. Not really worth it that much. You get bones and hide, which are used for crafting, and then you'll also get meat. You can eat it raw, but it can poison you. Give you a debuff. Oh my god, this one's being a little pain in the butt. I got it at a time. So, and you can cook it at one of these campfires or make your own, not a campfire, but a cooking pot. The issue with the small meats is they're using a lot of crafting, other foods, making planted farms and all sorts of stuff. Yeah. So I typically do not eat the small meats or use them early on because they're used in way too much crafting recipes. You see there's a bird that landed over there. I will eat the birds. Now they are used in other recipes later on, but they're higher in recipes, and you're going to be able to get a lot of bird meat. No, they just landed. Man, it's all just showing up for me. There's a little bit of a bullet drop, and it goes a little bit to the left, as I mentioned just a minute ago. I also try to, if I can, grab my arrows first before skinning. For some reason, when the animals fall to the ground, they flip their bodies around sometimes, and the arrow actually goes through the world. So when you try and skin them, their body disappears. The arrow is not anchored to it anymore, and it falls through the world, as I mentioned earlier, and it's just poof, gone. So, but typically your main source of food should be these mushrooms. You can only really cook them up at the campfire as grilled mushrooms to eat. You can't cook them up in the cooking pot. You can only put them in as part of the more advanced recipes that you can make, but that's fine. And as you see, there's mushrooms galore everywhere. So if you're having a problem with food, you're not looking and picking up mushrooms. So I'm going to come over here. One of the things you can do is you get these from trees, these apples. yeah, go ahead and make a bunch of these. These have bonus movement speed of 10%. As I told you, food has bonuses. And that's very handy. I'll go ahead and craft all the rest of the mushrooms up, so I have those as well. I'm going to create the birds that I just got, but I'm not going to touch the small meat. So I'm going to go ahead and eat that movement speed bonus one. So there's that. And I'm going to go ahead and eat another candy bar. It's going to put me at full almost. And get some more branches. Now these guys can also drop bird eggs out of these little shrubs and bushes, which is very nice to get. Drop berries, use them in higher recipes. I typically keep the berries. You also get seeds, which are very useful for a lot of things, the small animal traps, a lot of the farms that you can make in your base. This game has a lot of automation, not so much early on, but it does have a lot of automation. But again, it's going to take a while to get to that point. Okay, let me see how many copper I already have. I got 2. It says you need 3 copper to make even a single trap. I'm going to go ahead and get 3 copper here so I can make a trap. If I do need more in terms of iron, because it does not just take 3 copper to make a trap, it does take iron as well. So I have to go a little bit over than the 3 copper. Oh, I got another copper. So I got enough copper now. There's some more iron nodes over there off the beaten path. It's telling me on my thing to hit Alt to dodge. You just hit it by itself, you get to dodge backwards. Otherwise, you get to dodge the direction your keys are pressing. You press E to kick. I'm going to spend my 2 points on endurance. And then I got to go kill a zombie. In Legend difficulty, as I mentioned, the spawn sizes are a lot bigger. I really don't like to deal with them. They are kind of a waste of time early on. Later on, you're going to get a lot of damage. You're going to one-shot, especially these ones around here. They're very weak zombies in the starting city zone area. But Legend, they have a lot more hit points than they do on the weaker, or lower difficulties, I should say. So if this is your first playthrough, I highly recommend the lower difficulties. Start on. You can start on hard. It's barely more difficult than the normal, but normal or even easier. I mean, I would recommend most people to learn the system, because there's a lot of complications in the system, even on peaceful. So, however, I still feel you learn the fastest just going as deep as you can in difficulty and going up to Legend. Especially Legend Permadeath, you're just going to repeat the same first day many, many, many times. If you're masochistic like me and when you like to play these games, then go for it, have fun. I certainly did. The game will do auto-saves every so often. It just all happen, which is kind of nice. But it's not that often. Alright, my pickaxe and my axe is almost dead. That went to 23. This one's still 23. I'm just going to go ahead and hit D, drop, drop, hit H, T, T, drag these over. I don't care for the grays, as I mentioned earlier. And then it just makes things faster. I think this is open. There's zombies in pretty much every house. And any noise is going to draw them. Usually. But if they don't see me, or they know it's me, they're not actually going to aggro yet. That's why they're not coming out. They may be up against that wall, hugging that wall, going, what's that noise on the other side of the wall? Sometimes they don't even spawn in until you get a little closer. Oh, that one has a closed door. So, yeah, that's good. They can't even get out. These zombies won't break the door down. And I don't really feel like clearing out a house of zombies right now. There's going to be 10-ish zombies in there. Yeah, it's no fun. Just takes a lot of time. That being said, you're probably wondering how I clear very fast, and that's by using traps. I don't want to plunk down a trap just yet, so I'm not going to. There's a bird that flew over. There's a shadow. Oh, there it is. Bigger bird. There's a fox. Ooh, fox do tend to attack you. They take more than one hit, unlike the rabbit. But then after a bit, they'll run away. Your followers, as you just noticed, don't tend to do anything against animals. They look at you funny. Higher zones, they do help you out a little bit, I've noticed. But in these low zones, they don't really help you at all. You want to break down these boxes. They give you research data, which you're going to need a bunch of. They give you cloth, which you're going to use to make rope to build stuff with as well. So basically, as you see it, especially in this early part of the game, grab it. Some things you're not going to be able to break, like later on you can break down those light poles with a wrench. I don't have a wrench yet. It's a tool that's gated behind certain missions in the game. Like clock, it's going to tell me I need a wrench. I can't do anything with it. Like that. Nice. Oh. Just a dead fox. Did I not skin that earlier? Yep, I must not have done that. Okay. Happens. Other things will kill foxes. They'll be more aggressive predators. I don't know if I looted this car yet. Also, if you crouch, you do lower your noise output. So here's an owl. They take 2 hits being a bigger bird for me right now. So I can get this. Where did that? I guess it's gone. That first one I missed. Usually can find it. It's probably still there. I just can't. Oh, there it is. Pain in the butt to see it in the grass. Now I can't break down this car without a wrench. Normal gameplay, I tend to hunt a lot, especially early on, just because it helps with the food situation. But since this is a tutorial, I'm not as worried about that. I'm getting a lot of mushrooms. I'm more worried about having enough for traps. Let's see if I get 3, not enough for 9 traps. That's really all I need to know, have for now. This will be the last one, and then we'll move over to where we need to go. The only thing to do this for is to hit level 5. But we'll do that here in a little bit. The only downside for traps is when traps kill zombies, you get no experience, and you use the traps drop rate, which is nothing extra, for the drop rates for the zombies. That's not a big deal on the horde zombies, for the wave zombies at night, because they have reduced drop rate and experience rate anyways, so you're not really losing all that much experience or losing all that much drop rate. But in the early game, because we don't really have a whole lot of gear, we're not really leveled up. Our characters are fairly weak, especially in these harder difficulties. We're gonna have to use traps as well.
Well, it seems
So
you're
just
fairly
need to eat
prepared
some
now.
more. I've already eaten all the candy bars, so
Level
now
of
I can
readiness.
eat
You stand a
birds.
fighting chance while searching for the mutant substance.
Another bird.
Let's move to the research center, water
Got
mentor.
some
Open the
these
map,
and an egg. That's more than enough. I don't want to see how these are spawned in a big group. I don't really want to dork around with them. There are slightly smaller groups. I'm going to try and find those. Oh, got money. You can buy things with money in this game. This game is Korean. The WON won currency is the Korean currency. Not to be confused with the... Oh, crap. I got all these on me. I made too much noise. I'd rather not fight these guys, so I'm just going to put away my knife and just run. Your follower will eventually stop fighting and come zooming along at warp speed to you. This is why I said there, or even teleport. Their movement speed doesn't matter in this game. I did want those boxes though.
Let's get some work done.
Back there. For the cloth. There's more down here. Saw a rabbit go hoppity hop over there to the left. Not worried about that moment. I break these down for the pieces of iron. The piece of iron you're going to need for nails as well. Also for arrows and some other bits and bobs that don't require full iron ore for. You can convert full iron ore to pieces of iron by disassembling them at just about any workbench. Like I said, you get both out of a node like this. Let me break this down again in case you didn't see that, since I mentioned it now. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yep, so 12 to 14 for these. Smaller ones are about 13 or 12, depending on how you create your character early on. But you saw me get some iron as well out of that node. And Bird just wants to give me... I hate the followers, how they walk up right behind you and they screw up your perspective when they do so. When you're aiming, especially with the bow.
We found a lot, but none of it seems useful.
So normally I'd be at this place at hour 12, maybe even a little faster. I'm hearing an owl nearby. It's over there. I like the birds, not too hard to kill. One shot, they do land. Even if you startle them, they don't typically fly that far off. And the food, when you cook the poultry up, is worth a lot more at 182, which is a lot better than most of the other food you're going to make right now. Gives you almost a full bubble of satiety, which is 200 calories needed for that because it's 20, but 182 is better than the candy bars, which is 124. Still need to kill a zombie. There'd be zombies over here, but they're not as big groups, and it's easier to draw out 1 or 2 at a time. And then we're going to start killing a whole lot of them after we get set up. Now, there are bigger groups over here. I can draw out a whole bunch, but this is really where you want it to be to start up. In my previous video, this is also where I went, because I mentioned the hospital there. There's a gas station there. There's another gas station there. And all the main easy-to-get points of interest, the main mission, the research center over that hill, all right here. There's a campfire you can use right here as well. It's nearby. It's unguarded by zombies. Some of the other campfires do have zombies guarding them. Don't want to make the roasted meat. Just want to cook the birds and the mushrooms I get. So there should be a couple of zombies over here and some on the other side of the wall, but I'm going to go ahead and tag this one here. One over there to the right in that little bush over there, hiding from me. And he will come out. Now there's a bunch of zombies in that sewer, but because I've not walked up close enough, they haven't literally spawned in. So they're not really there. So I can make all the noise I want out here right now, as long as I don't get too close to that sewer to force the spawn. Once I do, things are going to... Oh, I overshot. You got to be careful overshooting because there are zombies over that wall. And I can get them interested in me right now. I'm trying to aim for the head because it does bonus damage. You'll see that because the cursor has those bright red... where if I hit the body, I don't get it. But if I hit the head, or I crit, I get a bonus animations to my cursor showing I had done bonus damage. You can also tell because it does a different sound when it hits. And then zombies typically also drop research data as well as materials too. It's very nice. So now it's time to equip the pipe. My follower has it. It's been using it. I'll go ahead and take it. Drag it over to my bar so I've equipped it. Hold down aim, which is the right click to aim, and then left click to stab. Otherwise you do a normal swing motion. I don't really want this. I'm going to go ahead and drag this back over to here for her. She has inventory. I do like to have her hold stuff. Especially stuff I'm not going to need right now early on. Which is like the animal stuff. If you give her food, anything that says calories, she will eat it if she gets hungry enough, even if it poisons and kills her. So if you don't like her picking her up constantly, don't give it to her. It's basically what I gotta say. I'm not gonna get any more stones. Well, I gotta keep some of these, I think. Craft a few things. And like I said, movement speed is not a big deal, so I'm not going to give it to her. That one food I had made to give you bonus movement speed, it matters for you. Now, I'm going to go ahead and start building stuff to fill out this quest. I'm not going to keep it. Doesn't matter. Build foundation. Just following along what it shows off to the left-hand side and telling me to do. The reason being is I could just go ahead and make the crafting stations, but if I'm going to get a quest to do them anyways, and I wouldn't get counted for if I make the crafting stations now out of order because they're not in my journal yet, because they don't show up until I've done this one. So I only have page 1. There's a quest for the crafting. Because it's not there, me making it now won't count for anything. It actually has to be in your journal to count. So I'm going to go ahead and follow along. It says Q for lower, E for higher, and then build. Alt snaps, I turn snapping off for some things and leave snapping on for others. If snapping is on, it makes everything the same height, which is very useful at times and unuseful at other times, depending on what you're trying to do. Doing things will sometimes just draw the attention of zombies, especially if your noise level is high, and mine is high. I really don't want to fight me over there. I saw like 4 more zombies over there. See them in the distance. I just don't want to waste time killing them yet. You see on the legend, they are very spongy. Oh good, it dropped this. So I'm going to build some stairs. Use the middle scroll wheel to rotate them. And I built some stairs. We'll go ahead and start dismantling these. So I got judgment for completing that page. Now it's time to build the crafting stations. Again, I can make them. Could have made them earlier, but page 2 wasn't available. They wouldn't have counted. So here, if I go ahead and skip the other crafting stations, it's not going to help. I'll just have to redo them. I'll waste materials. Like I said, I'm not going to get back all of what it takes to build something when I demolish right now, being on legend difficulty. But if you're on easier difficulties, you get most, if not all, your materials back, then whatever, not a big deal. So it's telling me to go ahead and make a workbench. I'm going to go ahead and make everything right now that I will need nearby. This is a good enough area for the moment. Already done that. Now I'll still do material. Zombies, for the most part in the world, ignore your stuff. I hit over the arrows. Just go back. And now it's saying to make wood planks and some lumber. 2, 3, 4, 5. You can make a few extra because you can need a few extra. One of the things I mentioned earlier is branches. You use them for a lot, but you can disassemble logs to get branches or lumber to get logs back. These go one way, so you're not really losing anything when you make planks to lumber. It takes 1 log to make 1 plank. If you disassemble a plank or lumber, you get 1 log back, and log goes up to branches, but you can't assemble branches to logs. So once you go down this way, it doesn't go back up. You can also make branches from vines. It's a 5 to 1. I highly recommend not doing it that way because you can use vines for other things. So that'd be a waste of that resource. But logs you can get very easy at a 1 to 3 ratio. So it's saying to upgrade. You hit T to upgrade. If it's damaged any, it'll ask you to repair it first. I made it extra because I knew I'd need it for these upgrades, which takes leaves, planks, and stone, which I didn't put it on there. Oh, never hit the castle. Now it's saying to make bricks. Bricks up here, hit the next tier. So when it was the basic tier, I can only do this. I could not do these. Second tier up, when I upgrade the first upgrade, it gives me this one. I can't do this one until I hit the next upgrade on this, which will make me do in short order. So come back over here, hit bricks. Like I said, it takes branches for everything. So I'm going to go ahead and stone. Create a few different bricks, a little extra here, because I'll need it. And I'm going to upgrade and upgrade. Now with the ore processing, again, it's asking us to do copper and iron, 2 iron ingots, as well as copper wire. Come over here. Copper wire takes a copper ingot. Copper ingot takes copper and branches. I'll go ahead and make those all out. Go ahead and make these all out. I still need to make some more of that. I'm going to disassemble a couple of logs. Now I have enough for more iron ingots. 6 iron ore.
Creating things by hand is both satisfying and enjoyable. Wouldn't you agree?
Now it says to make a crafting workbench. Build that. Follower can be a pain in the butt. She gets in the way and she blocks you from making things exactly where you want it sometimes. And craft nails and rope. Nails come from the pieces of iron. A little extra again. And rope comes from vines, which I say don't use the vines for branches. You can eat them for rope and other things. And it takes cloth. There we go.
I imagine you must be quite
You can make a sleeping bag. This is great because these items, sleeping bags, beds, chairs, which you can build anywhere just about, you can use them to rest back up. So, I'm going to undo my hammer because I don't need that. So I'm just going to place it, plunk it down right there. Tell me to interact with it with the R to start resting. To rest you and your follower. They start resting as well, even though they usually sit. There it goes. The animation's being done. You see resting on them. And they get their hit points back. It works. This is why the medicine items aren't as useful late game. You plunk this down just about anywhere. As long as you get the materials on hand, they're not hard to get. Cloth and leaves on hand. They're very common everywhere. So now hit F. Now it's my revival spot. So if I die and I say to go back to my last revival spot, they'll spawn me here. Build a spike tower, so go to building, go to the palisade stuff. More of these open up later. You get this protective wall, which is very useful. These railings, which are okay. And this thing's a useless piece of crap. So do it as part of the tutorial. This spike watchtower. It's a noob trap item. Just demolish it right after. You don't need it. The damage it does to zombies is minimal. They can stand off to the side and smash it down, and then they get right at you. And it messes with any traps, maze pathing you've set up. So, because zombies don't see it as a maze to get up to you, as a path, so they just start smashing things. So now we're going to make a research table. Here's a fun little thing. I hit M to bring up the map, or J for journal. It's only got these 2 tabs. When you get the research table built, and you do the quest here, it's going to open up the research tab. And I'm going to show you a fun little trick with that in a moment. So go to, oh, I've got a spitter that came. And I just shot my follower, and I missed. Oh, spitters do so much damage, and they do corrosive damage, which is damage over time. I'm not going to bother healing myself, because in this tutorial, if I die, I die. They do blow up sometimes if they take enough damage. Kill them fast enough. Oh, I don't want to do that. Take all. Probably when they blow up, they destroy any arrows attached to them, but I can go ahead and just rest and get my hit points back up to full. Like ambulances, where you can get medicines out of them for free. That includes healing my follower up to full. They have any food? Yep, they got 1 candy bar left. Now I'm going to build this research table. I need wooden planks. That's why I'm going to make some extra. Still need a couple more. Doesn't matter where I put this. Now here's the fun thing. Still not here, even though I built it.
Research materials are essential.
I need to interact with it first. I need 10 research material, which I already have. Luckily, I've killed some zombies for it and got some out of the boxes. Otherwise, I have to go kill some more zombies or break some more boxes to get it. So now it's telling me interact with it. I interact it. Now you can see journal, map, research. It's up here at the top. And it's asking me to research this engineering graduate, right? If I come over to skills, engineering graduate, it's going to take 10 research, and I can hit research. I'm not going to do that right now because I'm going to show you a little trick. Bring out my hammer, demolish. I hit M, and I can go right to research and still research it. Because once you've done this quest, the research tree never goes away. You never need to build this. You can just get your materials again and save that room. You never need to build it again in the rest of this gameplay. Not needed, unless they patch it out in the future, I guess. Once it's added to you, it's done. So now we're going to interact, and you can't upgrade it. There's no secondary tree that I know of, unless they do that later on again. Now I go to the crafting workbench, and we're going to make a trap machine, which is telling us to do, which is what we're going to use next. So I need rubber. Rubber comes with rubber resin. I was getting those out of trees. She's been holding them for me. Come over here and make both rubber and plastic out of this resin. We don't need plastic right now. We'll just go ahead and use it for rubber. Trap machine takes that. The gears, just take iron pieces as well as iron ingots. 1, 2. Now we got a trap machine. You can see all this. I'm going to go ahead and craft it. Now we can make a trap. Click on traps here. It's going to show us the traps we can make. These are melee traps, the first one. These are range traps on this one. And these are floor traps. We're not too worried about the floor traps. The melee ones are what we're going to do. It's telling us to make a cutter. Cutter takes wooden planks and all these resources. I don't want to make a cutter right now. I don't really care. That's not what we're going to do. What we do need, what we're going to make is a shredder, because that's what we're going to do to clear out the sewers behind us. And I want to do this because sewers get a higher chance for good gear drop. And I'm going to show you this is the actual cheese strap. We're finally get to this point of the game. Or what did I need again? I need lumber. So lumber, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go with that for now, because I know I need some for these guys. So I need lumber and branches and rope. I'm going to go ahead and make a little bit more lumber. And now, here's how you cheese strap. What we're going to do is you're going to put this right across. You don't want to get it all the way up, butt up against. You want them to come out a little bit. But if you can run through, they can run through. So just give them a little bit of space. And we're going to use barbed fences to block it off. So right now, the zombies, if they come out of that tunnel, because I can run through, they can run through to the side. They basically get a hit a couple times and run out. Since I can't run underneath it, they can't run underneath it. I can crouch and get underneath it, but for some reason the crawlers don't do so well getting underneath it. They will eventually get through, but only if they have enough hit points to make it through. So I mentioned they can run to the sides, so this is why we use the barbed fence. We put this thing at head height. If I got this a little too close, which I might have, it prevents me from doing this. Oh, there we go. Now the trick with this is I don't want it too far off to the side, because they'll actually hit this roller bit, and this doesn't do damage. I have to be hitting the spinny part. So I want to... God, my stupid... What the heck did my follower just send me flying? I've never seen her do that before. So we want just like... Oops, I just had it. Like that. And what this does is it prevents them from running out the side, and they can't reach the area where they don't get hit. As long as they're getting hit, they are not going to be able to do their animation to attack it. And they're more focused on you. Now, normally, if they don't have a path to you, this goes from world zombies to horde zombies, they're going to attack the nearest structure they can. But if the structure, which in this case is a shredder, is attacking them, it's going to stagger them, and they're not going to be able to do it back. Not going to be able to attack back very often. So that's really the cheese strap. You can clear out every building, every area in the game. My nose is itching, my microphone again. Doing this strategy. Wow, I'm surprised we haven't dropped it. I don't like my follower really doing anything with me at this point of the game. So I'm just going to put her on stop, and they'll just be stuck here. They won't do anything. Unless something's right within arm's length of them, they won't do anything. We're going to crouch to go underneath. And we're going to have the fun job of rounding up zombies. Yay for zombies. I don't know if you saw that red guy over there. That's who we really want. They have the highest chance of dropping good gear. The jumpers can get out of here by jumping out. You mitigate that by going to the side. And then once they start getting hit, they're toast. If you're worried about them not coming up to the end here, you just start making noise by kicking air. Ooh, hey, someone's already dropped something for me. Just kind of walk back and forth, kicking air. Kind of gets their interest. There's a screamer in there, which you just heard. He's going to both spawn zombies and draw them to them. If they scream for too long, they spawn them. I don't like him doing that. You also can see his butt a little better in there. He's back there. He's got that pillar on him. Someone else blocked the shot for him. There we go. I just hit him to shut him up. I really just want to kill him. And this is the cheese strat. Normally I do the sewer here. I'd save scum to get... Alright, we're back again. I had to pause it. I'm not sure how far we left off before. I think we got to 2 hours. I just started clearing out the sewer. I haven't done much more than that except for clearing out the sewer before I noticed it had stopped recording. I'll try and splice these two together. Keep them as seamless as possible. Like I said, the recording software has not been kind to me lately. I don't know what's happened. It used to have no problem, but then now randomly crashes, stop recording, gets annoying. Doesn't matter whether I'm using the the inbuilt stuff for Windows, NVIDIA, OBS Studios, random screen recorders, they just randomly stop. I've reinstalled Windows, I've done everything. It's just been a massive pain in the butt for me. So what I've done is I've tried to drag out all the other zombies that's in here by themselves. And that's that red crawler. That's the one we're really after. He is the one that got the highest drop rate in here, which can include drop rates for uniques. So he is weighted to help you with that. A good source of gear early on. As I mentioned before, I would save scum. Let's see here. Oh, so I think okay. There's another one over there, but I can just fight him. He's so slow. It's not a big deal. Was there an arrow there? Yep. I can even melee him. He's not that hard to deal with. They do have a big wind-up attack, and then an ankle bite attack. It takes them a second for them to go off. Otherwise, they're just really weak and easy to deal with. They do take a lot of hits, though. You can use, like I said, melee. Like I said, he does this ankle biter thing. It's kind of hard. Does a lot of damage. Not impossible. He's not going to kill you with that one. The bigger swing does a little bit more. I can take pain meds for it. I found another bow. I'm going to use this. Oh. Yeah, this is at full green, so he's going to do full damage. Let's get rid of this thing. Okay, this guy decided to be a little pain in the butt and come over. Not a big deal. Drag him over here. Didn't realize that aggroed him. A fat man. I want him dead, and I can go in and get the red guy chasing me. Again, I don't want the trap to kill in the red guys because they get the best drop rate. Best drop rate chance. You can run right by them, like you just saw. And so this gives me the most amount of running room here. And if the trap kills them, I'm going to be based off the trap drop rate. Now, usually I put like 20 or 30 arrows in him, in his face like this. And then I save scum, because I know it's not going to be many arrows left. I try, count what I do. It's like 5 arrows after saving, and I'm like, okay, I'll see what he drops. If it's something I like, I'll keep it. If not, I'll shoot him 4 times and save it, and then I'll try and get it down so that when I spawn in after a reload, it's only 1 hit to kill him. And then this way it saves me time. And I just see what he drops. A lot of good uniques here. Now, if you're doing a legend run and you're solo, there's no reason not to do this. The save scum. I don't want to quick save because I think that's going to mess up my other save. So I would just do this, save game. but you can quick save. There he goes. So this time, see, he didn't drop anything. Now, the only reason to do this, the thing is you can pull off your arrows before you think you're going to kill them, because when I reload, those arrows are going to be gone. So if I go back and hit load, and then load that last game, the arrows in his face are going to be gone. I can't grab them anymore. Sometimes it brings it back. If it does, great, but it's finicky. I don't want to do this too many times. I don't want to make this a huge video. I mean, it's going to be huge anyways, but as you can see, the arrows in his face are gone. So, one, I think it was 2 last time, so if I go ahead and hit save game now, next one should kill him. So the head, that is. There we go. See, got a little red box. That's a unique. Go ahead and pick that up. And I got Devastation, which is the unique axe. And wow, it's a very good one for a start. So I just go ahead and drag this down. I don't need the other one anymore. I just go ahead and drop that and sort to bring everything back up to the top. I don't really need this pipe. I'll break down the bow, because the bow goes to branches, and branches are used for everything, so it's actually got a use. And yeah, there we go. I might go ahead and hit save to save that. So I might play this run through later if my other run fails. I don't die on this one. So now I'm going to go ahead and just grab the next set of stuff. You can see there's an elite. There's some stuff crawling. Elites is what the people call them. They're really heavies. They're the second tier zombies. They're a little bit harder. You probably reload that. The specific ones that are crawling on the ground are called exploders. They're usually very fast. They chase you very far. When they die, they, well, explode. Here it comes. Even though he's on 4 legs, oh, there's 2 of them. Awesome. They will not be able to get underneath that shredder. If you just go stand there and let me headshot him for free and get free loot. Now, you will have a higher drop rate with these. Oh, I don't have enough arrows, because I wasn't able to pick up the arrows last time. One of the downsides. Ideally, you want to get one of the unique early tier 2 weapons, but getting a early good tool, unique tool, like the axe or the mining pickaxe, helps out a lot. So you can see I was at 8, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 instead of 8. These were 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I aggroed a zombie over there. Oh, the exploder got to my platform. They have a pretty big explosion radius, as you can see here. And this is what the exploders do. They explode for fire damage. I don't have any arrows. Just gonna make some arrows. Tell my follower to stop moving. So she goes and smacks this guy. Luckily, the fire and explosion stuff does not affect. Where did my hammer go? Did I drop that instead? Oh. Just make a new hammer. 8. You can repair things that are burning, and it stops the burning. Of course, if it's still burning, it can spread to other fire-based She's going pretty ham on him right now. It's kind of nice.
Time to take a break now.
I saw a couple of arrows go. Follower can be such a pain in the butt sometimes. Go straight to grab. What the deal? Okay. Go ahead and reload this. Oh, get away, you stupid follower. The time the explosion didn't hit my platform. They're not always in there. You can get exploders, you can get butchers, you get all the other Zone 1 heavy, or elites, or whatever you want to call them. Any of those could spawn in here. There's usually 2 spawn groups. Sometimes I think there's a third one. I can't remember. But you can get one in here, get one down the hallway, and one with the second guy. But usually it's just 2. This is great because I have bones. This thing has oil, pieces of iron. Oil you can refine back into fuel. Let's go ahead and grab the next set of zombies. Said the more you get at the same time, the merrier. Said even though I don't have super movement speed, if you sprint while kicking, you do a drop kick like that. It's kind of fun. Oh, there goes that guy. I don't want that exploder on me. He's faster than me. He can catch up. He's not gonna hit me because you can. Basically, they have an animation to swing and hurt you. Like I said, as long as you keep moving, they really can't hit you. Most of the time, there's that jump. He can get out. I gotta be careful. Not that he's gonna kill me. He's just a pain in the butt to deal with if I don't want to deal with him. Just rather have a trap dealing all with it. Did one jump out? Or is this a random spawn? I didn't see one drop out. That's the combo system. You can use it for kicks. They get a little red dot in the center. If you kick them during that time frame, you get a combo point. You can stack up combo points, as far as I know, indefinitely. His explosion hit my thing again. The next kick afterwards does extra damage, based off the amount of combo points you have. Kicks do a percentage damage of the weapon you have in your hand, right? But ranged weapons it does less, and that ranged weapon does additional damage with it for some reason. I didn't put that far enough. I thought I had got it far enough back that if there was an exploder, it wouldn't do that. Oh, my inventory's full. So now I'm going to go to my follower, give her stupid stuff. She's already got one shield. I can give her that. I got some leather shoes. I'll break down the other ones here in just a second. I got a bow, yellow bow. Disassemble this bow. Disassemble these shoes.
We should check how our equipment's holding up.
The bones. Resin. Shield. I'm not going to use it. Okay. And you can stop. The zombies really don't do much damage to traps, especially early on. Unless there's a bunch of them pounding away at them. Let's see if I can get another combo point when he runs up to me. Nope, he used it. There he goes. Half time when they get close to you, that's when they get a combo point exposed. Oh shoot, he's gonna kill me. I need to eat because I was already getting low. I didn't realize it. I don't want to eat any of that, so I'll just eat my. Nope, that's the wrong mushroom. Oh, I didn't get poisoned. It's a chance of poisoning. It doesn't mean you will get poisoned. These little crawlers are easy enough to deal with ranged. A little bit harder to deal with melee. I'll go ahead and heal back up on my handy dandy sleeping bag. That's what it's for. That's why you plunk them down. I might be able to get to the research center on this despite doing this slower tutorial explaining method. I won't be able to do the hospital. Oh, there's another one. I can on when I'm doing it on my playthroughs. One of these... My hammer? I think one of them was. No, it's just an axe. What happened to my other hammer? Just dropped it out there instead of the axe. I must have messed up. Okay. Happens. Not paying attention. Oh, that bow I didn't even see what the stats were. Extra damage, vitality, and poison. Poison don't matter. I'm not poisoning right now. There's going to be zombies all through these tunnels. Like I said, you really want to get them all. If I can get this done, because we're going to use this sewer as our base for the cheese. But the more I can get at a time, the faster I can clear this out. Less trips I have to run back to get more zombies. Like I said, it's not terribly hard to round up a whole bunch of these guys. Just move back and forth. And out. The only flaw with this setup, as you saw, they're too far back. They'll try and hit the traps, so the ones on the sides, so the zombies inside the tunnel, if there's more zombies in the front, which the horde is going to have, the ones behind them that aren't being hit by the trap are going to be able to do a ground pound, which is a pretty big AoE, and start damaging them. So you're going to have need enough branches to repair. Again, it's not that hard. Just come up and repair. Can't get super close, but really, again, it's not hard. That's the whole point of it being a cheese strat in the first place. We'll eat some more food. Correct food this time. Sort. Skeletons are great for bones, and sometimes the gold teeth. The gold teeth you can make into gold ingots. Gold ingots you can make into gold bars, which you can sell for money at the bank, or use to upgrade your gear, your tier level on your gear. Come on, let's get more of these guys out here. Oh, he caught me with a smack it. Slowed me down, didn't quite stun me, and there wasn't enough. You can get stun locked. That's how you die in this game. Just gotta be very careful. Spend, like I said, an extra moment rounding these suckers up. They do run at different rates. The female zombies are faster. The jumper zombies jump. They fall over. But taking your time to get as much as you can up here by the trap. So I didn't need to reload. The jumpers jump over, like I said, it's not a big deal. Just kick them back into it. If you really want to be city, just walk over and start gathering materials while you wait. See that stop spinning. Also these zombies, so they're probably dead, but I'm not sure if the next group has moved up. Oh, there, these the next group. Just one guy hanging back there. You don't want to run out of stamina before you kill her, or you're out. You need to run right away. Being out is going to be a way to die. So do that whole run, stop, run. Now there's no red guy down here. He's down that tunnel, but I want to get all the rest of the zombies out of here. Or head down this tunnel so they don't come chasing after me. This might be the last 3. As you saw me when you dodge, one thing I need to mention is dodging grants invulnerability frames during the middle of the dodge, but it does not protect you from CC. So you can still be CC'd in various manners. CC, for those that don't know, crowd control, so you can be stunned, staggered, knocked down. But it will stop the damage from coming during those invulnerability frames. But if you get CC'd at the wrong spots, and it can stop the animation of the dodge, you can die very quickly after. So be aware how to use your dodge appropriately in this game. It's not hard, it just takes a little practice sometimes. Going across those scenarios. So I'm going to check down that left side. Shouldn't be anything more there. Probably kill it myself. Traps do friendly fire. They don't target foe only. Oh, yeah, we can load this now. But they seem to do less damage to you as a player. Of course, if you're standing there long enough, you'll die, but no matter the trap. Oh, no, there's one more. She's the last. I can kill her by myself. Ideally, one of the first few drops I hope to get as a unique drop off that first red giant I killed is one of the unique weapons. They do quite a bit more damage early on. I just had a stupid wall behind me. It makes clearing other things out a whole lot easier. The fact that I got that axe was kind of a game changer. Too much stuff. Exchange with my follower. Give her some of the stupid stuff I don't need again. When they get full, they already have stacks of stuff. Just hit the G key to put all it in. It makes it a little easier to deal with sorting with them. There might be a crawler down here. Nope, that's it. There's nothing else in there except for barrels to break down if I wanted those. There's an arrow there. Nope. So this is going to be the last room. Should be an elite group in there. I was trying to kick because sometimes some of these you run right around the corner, and if there's an elite there, like a harpooner, they just toss their harpoon just as you come around that corner for some reason. And yoink, you're in the middle of a bunch of zombies, died away before that way. And it's just like, great, zero counterplay to that. I try and kick the air before I go around the corner. If there's zombies waiting right at that corner, they'll aggro on you for that kick in the air, because whatever you do draws noise. And then they have to come around the corner to you instead. So I kick, wait a second, then I know they're not right at that corner if there's no one that comes across. One of those guys is a heavy, a bigger one, I think. I think that might be in a, let's call it an abomination. I like to call them as ghouls. They didn't look, maybe. They look a lot like the jumpers. They're a little bit grayer in color, skin tone. They're also bigger. They look like that jumper guy that's, but that's not an abomination. It's not. They also tend to be completely naked. They don't have. Oh, that's one on the right hand side. This guy, slightly taller than the other ones, but he doesn't wear pants. So he is one of the elites. He deals way more damage as a heavy versus the light zombies. Has quite a bit more hit points. As you notice, these guys will have all gone down. And he's still going. I think there's another one back there. Let's see if I can aggro him. They all eventually do go down. The heavies will drop additional stuff, including the research papers. So when I pick up a research paper from the normal guys, they'll drop like 1. The heavies will drop like 25, some of the giants. Ooh, yeah, skin. I don't really care for it, but
You might have something I need. This island is
all that. I don't want to give you all that because you got to be able to put your shield back. One of the downsides to this, because she doesn't have room. When she wants to go do that, she just drops her equipment on the ground. And you're like, what happened to the equipment? The good gear I gave you? Well, she dropped it. Like I said, I'm going a little bit slower. On my normal playthrough, I'll be done by 16-17 with the sewer. So I can do the research center, be done by that by hour 21, and then clear out the main staircase to the hospital before the horde shows up. The whole point of this strat is that you're minimizing the amounts of just one guy probably can. Minimizing the amounts of time needed to build a base because you're only building one trap for the most part. You're building a very minimum amount, so you're not doing that much harvesting. You can do a full base, but by doing a minimum one to survive the horde, so I thought I hit T. There we go. Get all your arrows back off of them while they're wearing it like a pincushion. Here's the explanation for the zombies exposing their weaknesses. It's just a regular walker. Crawler stay. 3 or 4 hits to the head typically takes care of them. Takes out 1 research data for those guys. Did I not have any more elites in here? Did I try? Nope, there was 2 more. Oh, it looked like one's a harpooner. No, just a butcher. I want that exploder to come. Oh, crap. Well, normally I wouldn't have run back in there. I'm going to go ahead and respawn at the revival point. Like I said, this tutorial, I won't be playing this again. But I'm still going to carry on with the tutorial. Because it really doesn't matter that I die for a tutorial. But I can't use this again. Yeah, those elites, heavies, whatever. I was trying to get both of them chasing after me. They do a lot of damage. So normally I would have just ran from the one dude. I would have tried to tag the other one because he didn't look like the exploder is. Just you gotta measure the risk versus reward. And until you actually get gear, these guys are gonna 1-2 tap you like you saw just happen now. Especially on Legend. On lower difficulties, again, not as much damage, not as much hit points. They won't 2 tap you, but They may 3-tap you. Oh, I need. This is not good. Branches. All my branches are on my guy, so I have to make a stone axe. Clear some bushes. Usually the branchier looking ones like this tend to have branches more often. I didn't draw that thing over here to me. I don't want to deal with it right now. Still throw cleavers at you. Ooh, that's nice. Some leather armor. So I didn't die all the way in there. I'm gonna get that exploder. Get my gear back, then get that exploder.
Exploring unknown territories, it's common to get lost.
Oh! He came anyways. Yay! This is why you don't just sit around next to danger areas looking at your inventory screen. I don't know when I wouldn't have checked, would have lost my engineering research, but I have to do that again. Just get Sky over here. When you respawn, you come back with a minimum amount of health, so you should heal yourself back up, or you're just going to die in one hit again. I've seen a lot of people that play this game on their first horde night. They die, respawn, they die, and die, and they're like, why am I just obviously dying over and over again? Well, you let them back to your revival point, and every time you revive, you die in one hit when you revive. So make another stone knife. Guess I need some branches. Let's rewind that.
After people disappeared, animals roamed the streets freely.
Alright. Try this again. Now I can more safely look at my inventory. Yeah, I don't really care for those.
Wearing the same clothes all the time naturally gets boring.
Great, it seems we have prepared a decent amount of food ingredients.
Hey, how about throwing a little surprise party for those zombies?
So now, if I hadn't died and I'm still playing this over, I wasn't doing the tutorial, I would save. Go over to this guy. Dragging my bow in first. Probably switch over to a different bow here. That one's already yellow. Bow is just dropping durability ridiculously fast this game. So the arrow I miss and they end up embedded in the wall or floor. Even if I save and reload, they stay there. It's only the ones in their face can disappear. So let's do this, eat, get some of my health back. Get him to swing. So I get my arrows back. So I'll lose that many. Save. I don't want to save on the autosave. Save on that guy. I'm going to use a quick save for this. He's almost dead. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. So now I know he's at 4. He didn't drop a red. I'm going to load this up again. Shoot him 3 times. Save it. Back away. Save it. Then he's only on the 1 shot. After that, for a headshot. Now, if you don't like save scumming, don't do it. But it's a legit strategy in the game, and most of the more veteran players, even on Legend or even lower difficulties, that play this because of the way the drop rate works in this game. Pretty much, unless you really like going. I like super grinding. It's kind of the only way to kind of get gear in this game. So here, don't want to pick up that stupid. So Devastation, another red axe, yay! So I would not take it because I already found a one here, giving me flat strength, all stats, and good resin drop rate at over 90, at 94 out of 100%. This one's not really as good, so I would not be replacing it. So again, trick here is reload. Trying to see if I can get one of the starting weapons. A few uniques you can drop. Here's another decent one. It's an accessory slot item. These can have up to 6 coil slots, which is very nice, and 6 secondary stats. Critical damage is decent. Strength is decent. Fire is not great, but it's okay. It's one of the easier ones to trigger. The evasion rate is really good. 5% is pretty high. Like I said, the highest I think I've seen the evasion rate is 9% so far. And immune to stagger chance when damage is taken is actually pretty good. It prevents the zombies from staggering you. I prefer the invincibility chance, but this is decent, but not worth over one of the unique weapons at this point. I might edit it out till I get the drop I want on this, just to show you. So I'm already having to do a splice to the previous footage of 2 hours, so yeah. Yeah, I will. Go ahead and stop recording on the save screen. I'm going to do it, and then when you come back to seeing this, you'll see me with the drop I want in the inventory to save you guys the time. And through the magic of time edits, I have saved and reloaded the game a couple of times. I think it was about 8 times before I got something I wanted. So let me go ahead and show that as a unique axe drop here. So this is what I ended up picking up. I'm going to go ahead and build something right here in this area. Do I need planks and nails? And the reason being is because we are going to make this our temporary base for an interim. It's not all that hard to do, but yeah, we need a couple of things to do. So let's craft planks.
Darkness is starting to fall.
Some nails. This is hour 21. I'm going to go ahead and try to show now. I do like to build on this side because for some reason it's very odd. Some gameplays, the zombies I just killed in here will respawn the very next day in the morning, which would be faster than the respawn supposed to be set up for even legend mode. And some days they don't respawn at all. And some, like I said, some of my playthroughs, I mean, I'm like my current one, I'm day 14, and nothing is respawning in these sewers. So what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and break these guys down. No longer needed. The sewer has been cleared out. And I would normally save here so that I get this right, but I'm going to go ahead and just free it out. Let's go ahead and take this on. So what we are trying to do, we need another copper ore real quick. Those little pieces that break off tend to interrupt your swing. Oh, come on. Get off me. Okay, my inventory's full. That's what I was trying to do down there. Okay. This is unfortunate. My character is full on inventory, so is my follower. That's why I made the box in the first place. Go down here, eat that. And put some of this stuff up in here. Now, what I also can do, go down to research, go to novice porter, and go ahead and add this as research. Now I get 12 more slots. That's also another way to deal with this. But I go ahead and stick this in there. I'm going to keep the branches on me. I'm going to keep this on me in case I need it. Don't need the submachine gun that I picked up. Still need the trap. I want to also check and see if I get enough to make a new one when I get over there, and I do. So I need one of those. I will need some additional lumber because it's going to be 5 of that. So let's go ahead and make that. I'm going to climb back upstairs and grab all the rest of that stuff. I haven't rebuilt this inside yet because it's going to take a little bit of extra. I have enough rope. This is going to take 3 nails and a rope. That's going to take some more rope. Let's go ahead and make some rope real quick. It's nice that you get some of the materials back on Legend with that starting trait. Do this, even if you don't get all of it back. I'm trying to remember. I had come up here and hit one of these nodes, but I was full, not paying attention because I was more or less worried about explaining things to you guys and moving forward to the research center real quick. It doesn't take very long to clear it out. There is a number of zombies around it. The trick is not to actually fight those zombies. You can run and drag them off. I see at this point, usually in most gameplays, I'd be feeding my follower because I'm not planning on using them at this moment to do much. I'm not doing so. And I get more iron to hit if I need it. I can come back and grab it. Let's move along. As you saw when I broke down that shredder, I got my trap machine back, which was very important to get back.
Check the experiment log at the desk on the first floor.
Now, what I can do, hitting escape pauses, is right in front of me. You see between this fence line and the wall of the building, I can put a shredder across it. Now, it's a little bit wider than the shredder, but I can put walls or other barriers on that, and then I can use this to round up zombies to go back and forth, hop back and forth. They do and they don't like it because of the fact that if they get too close because you have it blocked off, they want to go around the far direction you get to. So if they don't have a path to you, they don't like that. So the other way to do that is to close this off entirely and use the front side. That is an option. If you block this off here, they don't see this as a path anymore into the inside. Usually a zombie or 2 right here in the front. And the only way they'll come in is through this front door instead. Why did that guy get up to hit me? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come down here, get all these zombies upset at me. They're just going to be upset anyways. And just run them off. Nice big horde. I don't care. They're going to go over here. Now, eventually they will trickle back to the entrance of the research center. Not my problem. By then I'll be done with what I need to get done. So the idea is just to kick a hornet's nest and run. So this is what I've done, man. There's a lot of small animals in this area. Really nice to be able to come back through here and kill all those. I think I aggroed those by accident too. Again, not a big deal. I knew there's a group here. They do, as you've seen earlier, that big horde group just decided to stop following me. You really don't want to waste time. If it's just the one guy chasing me, that's just a group. If it's just the one guy chasing me, I would go ahead and kill him, but I think it's more than one still there. And yeah, he's done chasing. He's gone off into his own direction. They're like, I think he ran here and the zombies are stupid and just keep running in that direction for a little bit of time. There's some more zombies on that left side. Hopefully, I'm going to turn my light. Doing this won't bring them out. The trick here is now to come here. I get these guys all cleared out. Oh, I forgot to grab my stuff. I absolutely feel stupid because I was in my box I just put up. Oh, I hate these mopeds. They get you stuck. And I'm burning hours. Luckily, we're not too far away. This is why before I do anything, typically, I go ahead and save. So I'm not doing it here, but this way you don't waste time, like I just did, because you're going to do things like this where you forget. So if you're playing single player mode and you're like, okay, my next objective is this, Let me save right now before I even think about doing or moving to that objective. I go ahead and do that usually all the time. This way, if I get there, I'm like, oh, I forgot to bring this. Oh, I really shouldn't have done this first. Oh, I really. This way, you don't mess with yourself. So I need the nails, I need the rope, I need the lumber. I probably have nails, rope, and lumber, and then the iron ingots as well. So that was my goof. Despite dragging out the zombies how I want. This one followed me all the way from the research center back here. I don't know if she's a mini wave zombie. Usually they don't start until day 1. So mini wave zombies, they're just zombies that spawn on you, and they chase you until, just like the regular horde on Horde Night, they're just a smaller wave. They do get bigger in number and the badder in terms of how strong they are. But just like the regular night horde zombies, they don't ever give up. You can be on a vehicle and flying down the road, and then as soon as you get off there, respawn them right next to you again. It's actually quite annoying. Even though Randy's guys off, they're still not back yet. This one, go ahead and do this just like the last one. I don't want the feet going into the wall because I want to have that little bit of space so I can put that barbed fence on each side of the shredder at head height. Now the cool thing is, if I aggro some of these guys now, I have built this up. And if I need to, she's just following around like she's one of those. Oh, hey, I'm stuck. Because my guy got stuck when I'm trying to switch weapons. This weapon is very good, so if I only have to kill a couple of zombies, and I think she's a mini wave zombie. I don't know why she's on day 0. She followed me from here all the way to the sewer and then back again. And that just normally does not happen. 6 to heal up. I don't usually like fighting on this side because it brings more guys. But I'm going to go ahead and pop over this guy here. Death open. And just like the sewer, lead them out. Another reason to save is if you there's not a whole lot of room to run here. I put that a little too close to that barbed fence, but it's fine. They can get out. And just watch all the zombies dance. I think there's a crawler over there. Lots of good
Water wasn't lying.
mats in here.
According to the experiment log, there's a storage for the mutant's substance on the 2nd floor. The New Humanity Project was led by the extraordinary Dr. Keon. I gained a lot of knowledge through Dr. Keon's writings. It's hard to believe that his project turned the world into this.
Okay. These are some of those zombies that are trickling back. few in that first room, and all these little rooms, and there's more on that back door when I open up that room. I can hear them smacking the traps back there. Like I said, there's lots of good material starting to, for doing things at this beginning area. You're going to get lots of copper wire. You can take the iron plates that you get and reconvert them back to iron ingots. That you're going to get from breaking down Come on. Being dumb. Go ahead and eat some lots of that food. Pain medicine just to keep my health up. Lots to break down. I should have already grabbed that. Actually, I already had a yellow, so I can go ahead and give this to my follower. Go to their inventory. And then exchange. Tell them to. I guess I get it back. Well, I can drop it. Got a ring. Don't worry about the ammo. Let's come back and get that later if it's a problem for you. There's usually a good amount in this little area. And there's one more room upstairs. Sometimes they linger in the hallway. They don't all come out right away. You're just trying to, as usual, drag them out to this shredder barbed fence setup. I put that one a little too close. Not a big deal. It would, if I had been paying attention more, I would have moved more to the side. There are some screamers down there. See, the rest of them are still just kind of hanging out down there. Let's see what's in these real quick. Usually if you tag them, they do stupid stuff, like just that one did there. Run right into it. So I tagged them with the bow. I'm not going to grab everything out of here, I'm just going to grab a few things. Oh man. This is the only one in this area, so I'm just going to go ahead and kill him. It's the only straggler left. If I sounded like there was more coming down, I would. Oh, there still might be. I'm hearing some. Yeah. You want to still aim for the head. You do more damage. Just makes things a lot quicker. Than any other one. These little metal boxes are great. They're care packages. They usually have money, and they come a lot with cooling water. But they also come with military access cards quite a bit, and those are your in this early part are these key cards. The key cards are what you're going to be using to. Let's go ahead and drop that. I don't need these other gray picks for now. Oh, I don't need to drop those. I want to keep the blue one. Just drop the gray. So good. Okay. You don't actually have to loot this room. This back wall's a lot of food. There is an equipment container back there. There is another one of those iron boxes right there, and there's some lockers in there for ammo. If I had more time, I'd go ahead and grab it. And there's one more. I said, coins to go bar this the quest item, and then you're supposed to come into this other room.
The mutant substance is broken. It seems we won't be able to find the mutant substance in this lab.
I like breaking these down right now because when I break down my other stuff, I'm not going to have these materials. To be wooden planks and rope to help make stuff. And then I'm going to come over here. As Veronica's talking to me, wait for her to tell me to go to this room. Although this one's one you can skip ahead because you get the quest as soon as you sort of, she's just talking over it. This bookcase is good. You can get some free books out of it sometimes. No luck this time. But yeah, you want to get those free books. I'm getting these copper wires now, like they use for the trap machines. There's one more of these care packages here. Maybe I get lucky this time. Oh, more money. Money's still good. And I'm gonna make you just don't want to talk to him while she's talking. It messes up, so you can't skip over him. So I just want to skip over him because otherwise it's just wasting time. And now we are out of here.
But for now, we have no choice but to follow water. Hopefully this time there will actually be some mutant substance.
Break this down, get my trap machine back, get some of my materials back. Then I'm going to go and break down my other workbenches that you saw out there. Should have enough materials to build inside the sewer.
We're running out of time, soldier.
I don't know. That's the 10-minute mark warning. He goes, we're running out of time, soldier. Hate that you can't just get over that moped. I don't need the fuel. I'm just trying to skip some stuff for now. Normally I'd be looting all this stuff in here, but I would have far more time to do so. Usually it's hour 20 on my normal playthroughs where I'm completing this research center. And so normally it's hour 20 when I complete this research center. And then I can get to clearing out the hospital in the next 30 minutes, and then I'm rushing back here to build my limited base defense that I need. Big thing here is I don't know if I need more stone for bricks. I probably do. So I'm going to go ahead and whack these down real quick and make those. That's the only thing that I don't have extras of right now, because they will need it to upgrade the crafting benches, because I'm going to break them down. The reason I'm breaking them down, because anything left out here, once the zombies realize they can't get at me directly, they're going to run over here and just start smashing them. So they're going to be wasted, lost anyways. So there's that as an issue. So I'm going to go ahead and craft what I can here, which includes the bricks, because the bricks are used for updating stuff. And I'm going to go ahead and disassemble a few extra logs while I'm here. Some branches. I probably should break down some trees for some logs. So you're going to need the branches to reload the trap while you're in there and repair it. So having a few extra now, I'm going to be able to break down some of this anyways while I'm in there. So logs and branches from breaking these trees are going to be very, very useful things right now. So for each log I'm seeing, I know that I'm getting 3 branches basically out of it. And they're dropping 2 to 3 logs each. So I should be pretty good in just a moment. And moseying my way over here. Bring my hammer. Just demolish this one. Demolish that one. And demolish that one. get some of it back, obviously, as I mentioned earlier. So I'm going to tell my follower to
I feel so
follow me this time.
My bag is full.
And we are going to come into here. And I'm going to have her stop over here. Inventory is full. Put some of this up in here for the moment. Put my hammer up. And now I'm just going to do the opposite of what I did out there. The fun bit here is the zombies in the tunnel can kind of hit to the side. So you want to put your shredder just a little bit further back than I would do there. So it definitely has a good space. And then go ahead, I need lumber and branches. So to do that, I'm going to make this material bench here. Put it in the corner here, it's fine. Eight. Upgrade, have enough because I just made some planks and I got some for free. Upgrade again, I made the bricks I need. And now I can hit 8 to do this and craft. I needed some lumber. And now I can put these guys up. I do want them. It's a little finicky. Gonna keep putting this up here to finagle this in. There we go. And one on this side too. Again, the jumpers can get over and they can sometimes squirt through. I don't know what's the mechanism that make them do that. But that is an issue. I do sometimes I need more lumber to do that. Yeah, that's good enough for 2. I like to still have a few on the bottom here. Not really needed. But that way the couple of crawlers can't get to that side. I'm gonna go ahead and smack a couple of more trees while I'm here. I do have food I can eat. Just to make sure I have enough branches and lumber to do what I need to do. Don't really care about this guy. Your regular axe actually does damage, even though it's meant for chopping wood. It will still damage them. The reason you just don't use it as your melee weapon is not because it doesn't deal damage. It's just slower, and it doesn't typically. It overswings a bit more, so it can be used if you really want to use it. But it's just better for doing damage to the harvest node that it's intended for. But basically, our base is set up for the horde. Just what I did there. Now, obviously, there's going to be a lot more zombies that are going to be start pouring in when the horde night comes in. They're going to be constricted a bit through the tunnel. We're not worried about that. So the beauty of this strategy is usually when you do that, it slows down how long it takes to kill the horde night. So it's going to take an extra probably 10 minutes to kill, which does kind of suck. But the idea is that you're gaining more time in terms of time savings by not having to build a giant base out in the first place. I can tag them finally. So make sure if you can to grab your arrows first. Or skinnings so they don't fall through the floor, world, whatever. I'm gonna make another one of these. I'm gonna max these out. Max this out. So I know I got enough food to survive.
Food is not just for filling our stomachs. It can also give our bodies special effects.
Just in case I need some small stones, pick those up. Oh, one of my arrows. That's nice. Can I tag that bush? Nope. And the reason I'm grabbing the small stones, just in case I need to make a wave has started. Anything inside while I'm just to have some of the extra resources on hand. They don't come like immediately spawn on top of you, but in the next few seconds, they're basically going to start trickling in at me from all over. This funnels them into one spot.
On the island, it means there are carnivores that prey on them.
Unfortunately, you can't build very well above to prevent the jumpers from jumping out. As you see this, you can kind of get up there. Yeah, got one there. I am out of the lumber. I can make another couple lumber real quick. Disassemble some of these logs. So I know I have some branches. Use some of the branches for arrows if I really want to. Oh, there. I don't think I can stick one right there in the middle. I can. Okay. There you go. This prevents the jumpers from jumping out at you. A little bit better. And now all I have to worry about is really the ranged attacks. Another little trick, like I said, you can go ahead and build another shredder across this wall. It's a little useful for the, as well as build around this, some barbed fence, so that you can use this if the stuff respawns in here. The biggest thing to do, though, for this is to go ahead and build another crafting workbench. So if I need to build another trap machine, I can do so. Basically just reload it. There's a heavy there, that abomination ghoul. The only sound I'm kind of listening for is the pounding sound. I don't want to hear that too much. So they can come back here. and have myself set up for these guys since I built. Grab this and just junk these in a second. Disassemble this pipe, don't need that. Disassemble that wood cutter jack, don't need that. I'll need some more lumber. I don't know if I gave myself enough space off that wall. Because it can't be in the wall, it can't be touching the shredder. Yeah, I didn't give myself enough space. That's unfortunate. I need the debris to clear out so I can see. Oh, I need to go rewind that guy first. Oh, don't have your hammer out. I'm about to do the bad thing. And it's saying I got a full inventory, so let's shove something in here. Now I can put my thing up and rewind this guy. So if I know where it disappears on a wall, I can see the foot, I can back out just enough from there. And now I need more lumber. Kind of wasted the materials, but it is what it is. 3. Now, I might go ahead in the morning, after this fortnight is over, show you what I do. Clear out the hospital real quick as well. Assuming the sewer doesn't respawn. Because they can't be touching the shredder trap. They can't be too far embedded to the wall. Oh, this actually side's a little bit harder because it can't touch those metal pipes. But there we go. Same setup. You can use it to hop back and forth if need be. And the horde is just filing in and dying. I do every so often check the repair status needed of these guys. The big thing is just rewinding this. Take off. Rewind. And they don't really do anything. They can't do anything. They're just stuck. They want to get at me so badly, but they can't. Like I said, this is the cheese strategy. It's absolutely easy to do every single time. And if you're doing a legend deathless run, like I typically do, the only thing that's going to kill you is if you do something stupid. But yeah, if you space these right, you use a shredder. One shredder, more than adequate to hold you up. The only reason I put this other shredder here, as I said earlier, is because I want the if this area repopulates here in a moment, because they do pop, and it will just like poof, pop into existence when it happens. We're gonna have to upgrade this. Yep, I can upgrade that guy as well. Put that back up. Let's see how many branches. I got 46 branches, which is more than enough. As you can see, the hit points of it, it's just they're not going down. They're all stuck. The only downside, as I mentioned earlier, is that you are not. You can safely loot everything. You're not killing them all fast. I mean, it's not super slow, but it's not as fast as a true trap setup could be. In terms of a maze, if I had several traps, 6, 7, 8 traps, I'm forced them to go through this re-looping maze where they run through a set of 6 traps, climb up a platform, and then get knocked off the platform to run through that set of traps again, which I demonstrated in my other previous long tutorial video. Then when you set the maze up that way, you just can funnel more zombies in at once, and this horde dies just a little bit faster. But again, because that setup takes extra time. You're spending a lot of time building that setup up to get the resources and everything else. You can focus more on the main mission and progress in the storyline and not have to worry about your base with this setup. So you're saving time in some ways and wasting time in other ways. I'm just going ahead and picking up the research while I'm here and other stuff that happens. As this is going through, I can just start spinning research. I do like getting this demolitionist early. I can't do the next one, it takes a book, because it gives me yet another 10%. There's a bunch of combat skills you can get to increase your damage. I can't do any of these are all gated at this point. Sometimes that research center has one of these books, so I can get a few more damage. This tree right here requires a graduation thesis and an increasing amount. So this is 1, this will take 2, this will take 3, this will take 4, this will take 5, this will take 6. And these also, every branch off there. So this takes 1 and 1, 2 and 2, 3 and 3, 4 and 4, 5 and 5. You have to kill a specific student zombie for a graduation thesis for each one of these books. They only drop 1 book at a time. So that's a lot of books you need and a lot of student zombies to kill. They are kind of rare. So this is the one of the last trees. That tree right there is one of the last ones you will fill out. Go ahead and reload this guy back up. Stand off to the side. Don't escape. M. There we go. Novice Scavenger, another good one to get. That's more completion time. I can't get any of the others. I can get the Thief. I don't really want to spend the money on that right now. I'd like to do the Porter for more inventory slots. Like I said, you get 12 slots, 12 slots, 12 slots, 12 slots, 12. I said 4. I guess it was 5. My mistake. 60 slots is a lot. Now this one's gated by a book. I don't know if there's another gate, but I know usually the last one and everything, the master list, which is why they call them master. These are gated by another book, a master book. Now you can buy every book right now in the game at certain kiosks. Oh, another thing to get. I do like getting the extra movement speed, the extra stamina regen, right? The extra evasion rate, the extra, this guy here, for food reduction. Man, your character in the early game eats so much food. It's disgusting how much they eat. The utility tree. The other thing under combat to get is this guard line gives you protection, right? And very, very useful. It's damage reduction. So 20% protection. So right now I'm at 36 damage reduction with the little bit of leather armor I have and the trait of the thick skin, right? So I'm at 32%. I'm going to close that, and then since I got some more, I'll come down to the combat, come down to the novice guard, take that one. Now the second one doesn't cost you a book. Sometimes the second one, usually the second row costs books. This one only has, I think, the 1 book at the end, which is very nice. If I look at my damage reduction, I went from 32 to 40 off a 20 points of reduction, protection. So it's kind of a log amount, so there is a diminishing return factor onto that. And it's only at 84. Like I said, this stuff just does not go down. The only one that's getting hit, I think maybe a bit more, is this. You have to pull out your hammer for these, unfortunately, to see it. Is this guy here. No big deal. In a moment. Fix it. And, yep. Repair this one. Once you use a branch, I don't need to use it at that point, but I'm just going ahead and showing it. And then, yeah, it's now back to full. It's seriously simple. This strat, there's pretty much no chance of dying if you do it right. You set it up just like this, no chance of dying. You could speed things up by making a kill box, so you put shredders this side, and one in the middle, so you have more room to let more zombies in. You have to then make sure that you're covering up these, but there is spots where they will not take damage when you do that, and some of them in the back will start smacking with their ground pound a bit more often. So it is a little bit more risky, but it is faster. and some of the jumpers can obviously at that point jump out. Here they can. They got the bar fences over the top. Oh, the horde is done. Literally, it's as easy as that. I'll go ahead and rewind this. Absolutely simple and easy. This setup, you can do for the first 5 nights and leave it as this. So you don't actually have to make a horde base, a proper horde base for 5 nights. Yeah, because I can't get through either of these. I gotta crouch. Now, I'm going to go ahead and go back to research, to the combat. I want to get another bit of protection. It's huge. I'd like to have this, but now I'm up to 46. Those 20 points gave me 8 for the initial one. The next 20 points gave me a little less than 7. So, as I said, it's reduced. These guys did not respawn. Can't say I'm sad, but I mean a little sad, but it is what it is. I'm going to go ahead and build another storage box in here. Grab some of the stuff off for her. I typically leave the money on her this early. Let's see here. I guess I'm going to leave the pickaxes. I'm going to leave the bows. Well, since I got some plates, I think I can make one of the items I was wanting to make. Hit G to get everything over there. I'm going to give her the bar of gold here. Take all. Oh, no, I did not want to take the money back. I don't know which item she's using for. It's a pipe. She's being dumb. So I'm going to go ahead and unstop her and get that pipe out of there. Oh, that's no, not the pipe I was thinking. I want her to be using a machete.
Shall we take a breather for a moment?
Yeah, don't use the pipe. Machete's a little bit better, and it has plus damage on it, so that's a big deal. Hit G. There's nothing else that goes in there. Sort. I got a good amount. I can build yet one more box. No, I can't. I lied because I need more nails. That can be overcome by just coming here and crafting a few more nails. She just loves getting in the way of you. Stop it. There we go. 3 boxes is usually good enough at the beginning.
Storage box insufficient?
I had one of those. Oh, okay. I'll keep those. Keep your branches on you. Keep your piece of iron. You can make arrows off of them. Other than that, I don't. What's her inventory like? Perfect. I don't really want her following me for this next part. Actually, yeah, I do. Now that I think about it, I'm gonna go ahead and give her this cluster of mushrooms to start eating, so she can get some of her health back from having. So just like you, if I was to click on her character here, her max health normally was 200. Now it's down 50% due to the fact that she's hungry, just like you. Usually with these characters, you don't really need to pump these. The only reason to pump these stats on your followers is because specifically you want to have a coil effect go off for them. I'll go ahead and start explaining that here soon. But they get a good amount from vitality. Endurance helps them out because while stamina doesn't help them, having them eat less food is always good. And then Judgment's great for the HP and protection. That's probably the best stat to pump on your follower in the game. It just depends. They don't get bonus stat points from doing the mission quests or the journal quests. They don't get bonus stat points for anything but this. They do get off of items, obviously, but they don't get the research tree like you do, so they don't get to add to the secondary stats directly. So there is that issue when it comes to them. So that means they don't scale very well. And as I mentioned earlier, they have that negative 50 damage to everything. So building them for damage is just not worthwhile at all. So movement speed and noise doesn't matter for them at all. The jumping power doesn't matter. The flat damage is nice, but I don't really care that they do damage. And the reason is I'm going to give them a weapon that still allows them to kill zombies that bypasses this lack of damage. And early on, the damage they do is fine. I just want them to be a meat shield more than anything else. So I'm going to give them endurance, and then I just go ahead and do that. Because I just don't want them eating constantly all the food I give them. I think she's probably eaten through all those mushrooms I just gave her. Yep, I'm going to go ahead and give her a little bit more. Now, she can't get out. Just like the zombie, she's blocked. You just hit stop. She was, as you heard, she was smacking away at the barbed fence. No problem. Easy way to dissolve that. Remember, if you get far enough away, they just teleport right to you. Once you hit unstop, and unstop. We come over here, grab the mushrooms I need. So I need food. They usually teleport you. Could just break down the shredder if I need to. Guess it just wasn't far enough away. Oh, no, see, here she is. She teleported to me. Getting back in is a little bit more of a pain in the butt. But we got a whole new day from the start. Like I said, I'm saving onto the small meat cuts. If I see a pig, I attack the pig. They come at me and attack me, so I get a lot of hits off. They do a lot of damage this early in the game, so you got to be very careful about them. But they're not terribly hard to take on. If I see a stag, a male deer, I'll also do the same thing. The female deers just only run away. They're a pain in the butt. They take a lot of hits and just really aren't worth the effort. Now I got some extra food on me. I can eat. And the next part is clearing out that hospital. That's the next mission after doing the research center.
The atmosphere is
I need running this guy off because I don't want him yelling and drawing in all the zombies. The screamers are kind of, in the early game, the most annoying. They're not less annoying just because the game progresses, I guess. But definitely one of the more annoying zombies. Just because they create a lot of noise. And especially on legend difficulty,
I learned a lot from this.
a lot of that extra noise can be a really big annoyance. I typically, if there's two like this, I'll let my follower deal with the if you hitting them, they don't scream. And so she's got a shield. She's not going to go down very easily to a single zombie. The zombies, just like you with the shield, unless they get to your backside or non-front and that's facing the shield, they can stand in guard. So unlike you have a guard position. They get a guard position. You hold down right click while using the shield. I can go ahead and demonstrate that right now. By putting it in my left hand. So now I got my shield on. If I hold down right click, I'm in guard. And anything in the front, it automatically stops that attack. Doesn't matter what the attack is, doesn't matter how big the attack is. As long as it's just hitting my front. Anything that hits my side or backs will go through this. So the bigger zombies have attacks that kind of cleave through. They'll still go through your guard. If you look in the bottom left, there's that white bar now. That's above my health bar. That's my guard points. As I'm blocking attacks, that guard points will go down. Now, there's ways to have it regenerate, and you can have it come up almost indefinitely if you get enough itemization for it, but early on in the game, you're not going to have that, so you'll eventually just be unable to guard anymore once you've blocked enough in a row. Now, ideally, you're not uh, blocking that much all the time. And the other thing is, if you go into guard right at the same time the zombie attacks, you do with that parry, which is what I was mentioning before. The tutorial explains it a bit, but the only downside, I guess, to that is, like I said, it uses stamina as well as the guard points to parry. Your follower has no such restrictions. They don't have guard points. They don't have stamina. They can sit there for absolutely forever guarding, as long as they're not dying or being hit in other ways. So unfortunately, the bad thing about this area, man, they spawn some right here. Usually they don't spawn this close over here. There are some zombies to take out to get to this. But as you see, I just got 2 at a time. If you do things right, use a bow to tag one, you're not going to get a whole lot. They will come in as you make noise fighting. If you don't drag them off too far, like that guy over there, and drips and drabs. Well, I should be eating my pain meds so I can keep my health full-ish. So I got my protection up. These guys don't do as much damage as they were originally. Getting around to 70% protection is not all that hard. Getting beyond that gets a little bit more diminishing returns. I don't know if there's a specific hard cap, but because of diminishing returns, there's definitely more likely a soft cap. Tag that guy. And there's going to be some zombies in here we're going to have to kill. I'm just going to take this guy out while he's solo. And then I'll show you how to do, just like I showed you the rec center, how to do the hospital. Very, very simple as well. And this is just basically setting yourself up until you get better gear, that it's no longer, it's not that it's not feasible, it's just not as fast. So you can still do this little trap method. Like I said, even with the points I stuck in there, my evasion rate's only at 10%. Why did she not come right? There's another one coming. Having them trickle in gives you plenty of time to kill them. And safely while you handle them 1 or 2 at a time. Tag 2. Should only get 2. There's going to be a couple more down over there. I hate that charge animation they do. It is unstoppable, unblockable. For the most part. I mean, if you're blocking, you're not going to take damage from it, but they will still do it. I'm being a little more carefree right now. Yeah, I was hoping the sewer would respawn. When it does, it's great. You can go right to that point and then get some more red gear, especially if your saves come in. Let's see. I was hoping to get some free medicines out of that ambulance without having to fight, but it looks like it's going to happen. And at this point, we got a little bit of time. I typically like to get the next sequence of events is the hospital here. And after the hospital, you got to go to the guard's house. Now that takes a little bit of time, mainly because there are 3 groups of heavies that blocks the guardhouse. The guard we've seen, the Jesse Eisenberg Reject, guard Walter Wagoneer. Hit T to pick them all up at once. See if I can get this. Yeah, see those guys have pain pills in them. Kind of nice for that. My axe, fighting axe, your fighting weapons go down fast, so my damage is now down. I had it up to 62. So if I hit H, I've already found a few of these repair kits. I only got 3 of them, but that's all I need at the moment. You can make more at the crafting bench. They don't take much to make. I believe it's duct tape and cloth. Um, Taping cloth, yeah. There's other equipment repair kits require more. As you get higher tier items, they require those specifically. Now, if I'm looking at one from 62 to 67, so the Nutcracker's nice because it's a consistent swing every time. Go ahead and eat some of my food. The elites, or heavies I should say, can drop also those key cards. Same with giants. Oh, okay, this ended up being a bigger pool than I wanted it to be. When you loot stuff, it creates a lot of noise, actually. Even if you don't think it is, it creates a lot of noise.
Soldier, how's the combat against the zombies going?
And eventually, as you're doing this, you want to come back to doing those crafting quests to get the free stats. They're not too terribly hard at all. It's just make stuff. That's all you have to do. The reason I'm going with this backside is the front entrance and the other side entrance has the heavy spawns, and heavies are just something I can't really deal with right now. We will in a bit. But I just want to show you the setup for the hospital, and then one other thing. So, I mean, I'm going to be not doing the hospital because it takes a whole lot of time, but I do want to show you the setup, how the melee weapons cleave through. Oh, she got her legs cut off from under her. Oh, she's just on the ground. If you're fighting too many at a time, especially early on if you're not taking the marathon runner and the extra stamina regen, it does hurt a little bit. Oh, I got a candy bar. I'll wait to eat that. Some free pain meds. Even if you have respawn on, these things won't respawn unless you actually break them down. So you actually have to have a wrench and break this down, and then the whole thing respawns. As the container won't respawn if you can break it down. So I'm going to go ahead and leave her out here for a moment. Stop her. Open this door. See if I can tag one of these guys.
Let's finish this here.
You want to fight these guys out here. The other thing I forgot to do is see if I got enough to make a trap. Nope, I didn't have enough. I was being silly. You go back, get the materials needed to make a trap real quick. I don't know why your follower likes to rush out.
A bigger challenge awaits us next.
Now, as you can see, the staircase kind of blocks the making of a trap out here, so unfortunately we can't do it out here. And you really can't do it inside because the hallway is just a tiny bit too narrow at the first part of the hallway.
Even the doctors from the hospital have fallen victim to the zombies.
Let's go back here to our tiny base inside the sewers. As I said, if you want to get her in, you just stop her really far away. And then unstop her when you're in your base and she just boops, teleports right to you. So you don't actually have to worry about dismantling anything if you don't want to. Or demolishing, whatever they want to call it here. Wrong leave. But she's fine. Most of the zombies actually typically ignore her, and if they don't, well, you can just pick her right back up. So what we want to do here is, first off, you can make equipment repair kits. As I said, not plastic, not tape, but plastic and cloth. Craft a couple of these, so I have some extras. You will find a bunch. If I had cleared out the rest of the research center, I would have gotten probably a few more kits. Oh. Okay. Had a zombie follow me in. No big deal. And then I want to make another trap machine. So I need more gears. Well, I need more iron ingots as well. Do I have? Yeah, oh, that's the wrong one. I clicked it. Okay. The iron ingots. Craft a few of these up. Gears, 2 of these. Now I can make another trap machine. And now I need to make sure I need nails. Nails for this guy. 1, 2, 3. I need lumber. And I need rope. So lumber, 2, 3, 4, 5. You don't need as many extra lumber as you think you do. There, I got enough for what I need. Like I said, for the most part, there's no zombies right next to her. They ignore her. She's not, as long as they're stopped. They're not going to just randomly spawn zombies. Any of the mini waves that come at you, I think that might have been a mini wave guy. They spawn at you and come for you. They don't come for your follower. They'll attack your follower if they're nearby, but they won't give two craps about your follower at all most of the time. So unstop her. Get this candy bar. We got some cans of beans too we found. There's more of those cans of beans in the research center, as I mentioned earlier. This is the fun part. So I'm going to go ahead and stop her again nearby. We do have enough to build this shredder. I'm going to leave it out right now. I don't know. I can't remember if there's some right in the front. But here's a trick. Nope, I can't do it. Sometimes there's some right there on the entranceway, and there's some that are not. Kind of sucks. But there was some this time. Nice to pull out my actual weapon. But right as that hallway area expands, what you want to do is build a shredder right there for the hospital.
Seems like there's
You're seeing that blue marker over them because a journal quest opened up that tells me to kill doctors or nurse zombies, and we go to show you that it's probably under combat. Yep, kill doctor zombies. So that's why you see those blue dots above their heads. It's a journal quest to do that. Like I said, if you look here, you got down build quest, craft quest, survival, and combat. These are the extra 4 plus the main story. And just like I said, doing these, any page of these, as I mentioned earlier, when you're looking at your journal, if I complete this page as page 3, I would get an endurance point. For doing this, I got vitality points. For crafting, if I do all the page 4 right here, which is to build that cutter trap, the moment I build it, I get a judgment point. So I'm going to go ahead and stop her there for a moment. See if I can be quick and sneaky about this. I'm going to push it a little bit into the wall. It's kind of weird that you want to do this because otherwise they can hit that side. Voila. And now they really can't get through this side. They can hit this non-damaged spot, but the whole point of this is really running through the whole hospital at this point, getting everything to spawn in. You can open the side doors if you want to, but if I'm doing this the first day, I don't bother clearing out. There could be a bunch of zombies up top there, and then just running them down. Yes, you lose out on the experience, less and potential extra loot, but that's going to come like water in this game. So, again, the experience points are a couple of extra stat points here. Yeah, you could have been a little faster at them. But yeah, just get them to go to the shredder. Watch them dance. You just want to make sure I have enough branches while you bring them with you. Big group of zombies there. And they go, there's 4 floors in this. You can drag them all down from the main lobby areas, because this is the main lobby areas you saw. There's a back area door that you can open. All these have doors, and if I want to, I can clear these out. They will have zombies in them, but I don't really need to clear them out right now. The bottom floor is great to clear out, though, the hospital. There's a lot of medicine stuff. So if you need to get pain pills, you can get a lot of pain pills from here for free. Some of them get stuck in the animation of pounding, especially to that side. Usually just moving around, making noise. Reload. Restarts down an animation. The big thing right now is that screamer is probably... go to my bow, you stupid game. Is probably spawning in zombies. Oh, the jumpers, like I said, you jump over these. Not a big deal. Kick them back into it. You're gonna have to tag any screamers usually. Oh, he would decide he's gonna run right at me. I don't have to worry about him. If you want to, you can build a little barbed fence on this side to prevent them from, as you saw, getting into that corner. It really doesn't, there's no spikes there, so they don't do any damage. Look at this. Reload. And put it on the ground. And like I said, just go back and forth. We can put it on the ground because we're not worried about them getting through. The only bad thing about being on the ground is sometimes they can climb over that. It's be a little bit of a pain in the butt. But yeah, you're just going to run through here. This should have gotten most of these. Super fast hospital clearing. You don't want to just sprint the entire way. A, it's going to drain your stamina. B, you don't need to do it. And C, you're going to outpace the zombies. Oh, it'd be nice to actually hit the right button there. Other games hit C. It's a crush. I still end up going back to play another game, so I end up hitting the wrong button. You can see they get on that barbed fence sometimes, and then they can make it over. It's rare, but they can do it. Tag him in the butt. Somehow I was able to take his leg off with a bow. I'm gonna eat one of my canned beans. Canned beans are nice. They do get 180 calories, basically a full bubble, almost. Fills you all the way up. Hey. I'm not worried about repairing of my bow, per se, because I've not really used my bow for actual damage at the moment. I'm just using it to tag things to break their animations. Come on, kicking air. Come after you. There were more than this. Come on, guys. Stop being little turds. Just follow me. Sometimes they just fall down the staircase. It's kind of funny. Now, there is one downside to this. Even though I've killed these zombies, they don't count for my kill quest unless I physically kill them. So, there are tons of doctor zombies in this game. In other places, you don't have to get it here. You can if you want to. So I can sit here and they're the ones in the white coats. And there's some in these rooms, so all this is just to clear this out for the initial get-go. And the reason being is you really want to rush killing the boss so you can get electricity fairly early in the game. I don't have this, it's reloaded, so this is fine. So if you need to do it, you can do it this way. Oh, dang that stupid ground pound. Eventually those zombies, if they have enough time, will break that trap. And then, so now the hospital's cleared. Doesn't take very long. So even I could be still faster if I weren't explaining things, had everything on me when I was first doing this. With this trap set up, if I wanted to, I can actually pull in the heavy zombies from the front and side of the building, which I've done as well. I get those guys killed, but the big deal is just to come here, grab this, progress to the main storyline
David's diary
quest.
shows that he never received the mutant substance. Walter lied. I kind of expected.
You find out that Walter's a liar, go figure.
Zombies is hiding on the first floor of the hospital. It might be a waste of time, but let's ask the cowardly Walter about this.
I don't know how she knows he's hiding downstairs on the first floor. She's supposedly not on the island. You get animals, like I said, out of these lockers. And there's zombies in here. They don't really care. As long as you don't open the door, they don't care. Sometimes it's funny, they spawn inside this. Now they can see you in aggro in here, in these staircases, but they can't actually get out. This is not open. But they'll follow you up and down the stairs and yell at you and pretend to swipe through the door constantly. It's funny. And that happens when they spawn that way. So now I come down to the first floor. And open this door and find our Jesse Eisenberg reject. Talk to him, skip at him. He now tells you he wants you to meet him at his house, so he can give you some stuff.
Because of cowardly Walter. Unfortunately, right now, trusting Walter is the only option we have. Let's follow cowardly Walter for now.
Walter's house is in the residential area.
And if you look on the map, it's down over here. This is actually a good place to be because that's where we want to go eventually. You can take the time if you really want to at this point. You got enough time, especially if it's the second day. to clear this out. It's the first day you're just trying to do this. I would have. You can still leave the trap there. They should be good to go on traps. But as you see, I don't even need my follower. If you cleared out the research center, you'd have a few more resources to make more traps, just because of the copper wire and the iron plates there. But I would, like I said, I want to display one more thing before we go.
Weapon a bit too hard.
Before I end this video.
That was easy, wasn't it?
These cars can have some materials, money in it, usually just fuel. But you're going to need lots of fuel later on. Don't drive the little mopeds around at the beginning. They're utterly worthless. Right, there's a fox.
Got any decent meat?
Ah, the game. I know I'm wasting a little bit of time killing these guys, but it is whatever. The map is static, for those that are wondering. If you've gotten to this point and you haven't figured that out, I know where to go. It is a pretty large map overall. For food, right at the very beginning, after you clear this out, the reason I like to be over here as well is there's this gas station. It has food. If you need more money, there's a laundromat down at the end here. There's a couple of phone booths and other things to get you more food. And then there's another little mini market that has food back there. You're heading up to the Walter Secondary, the survival shelter, his second house. There's a gas station there with food as well. When I say food, it's going to be candy bars and cans of beans. And then straight ahead a bit, there's a actual big grocery store. And that has a book in there that you're going to want to grab. The fishing book. You don't have to grab it, but it's, you're going to need fishing materials later on, because this game makes you grab both fishing materials, farming materials, and all sorts of stuff to continue with your crafting and building of your base. So if you want to enhance things, you need fish materials. It just is. This did not respawn. Which kind of makes this extra trap here worthless. So we could get rid of this and use this trap and the materials needed for it to break in through Guard Wagoneer's house. There's houses that we can use. They have a fence line that's enclosed most of the fence line. Now, most of these houses, unfortunately, have gaps in their fence line, so you'll actually have to build walls at the gaps on the backside. Otherwise, the zombies will want to try and run around. They won't do the same thing where they run at you, trying to get you through this. But once you make walls and fill in all the gaps, you leave one opening, and then you do the exact same thing we did here with the shredder, and then you can pull in the entire neighborhood, including all the heavies in the area, if you want, in front of Guard Wagoneer's house, and then kill them all that way. And it just, again, it's a cheese strat, speeds things up, very easy to do early on until we get better gear. One of the things I was wanting to show you, though, is how to get better gear. We did find this, what part of the looting is. This electronic device is what we're trying to find early on. We do get the iron plates from the research center. We want to make a coil bench. So right now I don't have enough to make a coil bench. I'm going to go ahead and make one. I'm going to get some more materials here. We will need pieces of iron to make nails. There will be some iron in here off these barrels. Already got that one. Stop her because she's hitting herself on those stupid barb fins. Probably still is. Taking a little damage. I can hear it ticking away. They're very dumb. We're going to have to get some more iron outside here. She's just sitting there, taking away, taking damage. So she teleports in. We are wanting to get more iron here. Usually you find an electronic device in one of the trash cans inside the research center or the hospital. And you can't make them right now, but we need one early to do the coil bench. And this gets your gear progression going faster right off the bat, and I'll show you why. Oh, out of stamina. I like being in here because there's a lot of iron nodes right here, some more down there, more up that hill, some more by that red house over there. There's another, what we call the rec center. I'll show you that in a second. That's typically where I like to set up my ultimate base eventually. I have another video guide showing how that looks. It's a short one. It's not really got any audio to it, but it will show you how I set up that base. Wow, this is really going to be a long video, isn't it? There's more ore on those. There's two over there. There's more down there. There's more I see in the distance. A lot of ore right here. If you don't have the respawn, this is a good spot to get some more. If you do have it, you can just keep coming back here as you need it. But eventually, as I mentioned, you're going to be able to get a lot of iron through iron plates and iron rebar by breaking things down. So iron ore, while still useful, and also it'll drop out of other more advanced ore nodes that have other ore that you need, like aluminum and stuff. So let's go ahead and make some of that rebar. We can make it very easily. It takes iron ingots. We got enough to make some extra iron ingots as we need. How much did it take? I only need 3. Okay, I overdid it. Let's go ahead and make some nails. And we can make this bench. This is the coil workbench. Put it down here, whatever. Usually, I would not make this until I get to my next horde base. It's a kind of a waste of materials here because we're going to be demolishing it. We're not going to stay here. I'm going to the purpose of this is to demonstrate. So you come over here and you can click specifically this reassembly button. What that does is allows you to combine gear of the same tier to get a higher tier item. Now, I'm going to go ahead and demonstrate this by pulling out some different items I know I don't really care about. Doesn't do anything with the skins, unfortunately. Make sure I have enough room. There we go. I don't believe she has anything I care about. At the moment, she can use what she has. So, if you're really doing this, you can save scum early on. But I typically go in here. I'm not going to save scum because at the end of the video, I don't really care about this. It's a dead run to me. But hit reassemble, and really to show you what happens. You can't do your regular tools, but I can come over here and let's make a woodcutter's axe, and hopefully make it a great one. Okay, good. So there's a handy guide out there written by Shadowrun. It has a little table in it that displays the productivity values that you need to reach for each tier. So if I throw in a tier 1, this is what an axe, most of the beginner tools are. They're all tier 1. If I throw in a gray, this is worth only 4 points. But if I throw in a yellow, right? Oh, I can't do the knives. Oh, that sucks. The yellow tier 1 bow is worth 9 points. So this is 4, this is 9, a blue is worth 6. Typically you need 4 blues of the same tier plus a gray to reach the middle. Now the fun thing is tier 2 is a little bit easier because it's 27 points to reach the next tier of tier 2. So you could go with another gray here. I don't have another gray. But ideally, later on, 4 blues and a gray is the bare minimum needed. The problem with the bare minimum needed, there's a range. So tier 3, tier 2 is 27 to 45. If you have exactly 27 productivity points, you're guaranteed a tier 2 item when you combine the tier 1 items. The problem is at 27, you're almost always guaranteed a gray tier 2 item, which we don't really want gray. We want blue or yellow. We want the extra secondary stats. Plus, it makes it easier to combine for the next tier if we don't get the item we want. So, by having 5 blues instead of 4 blues and a gray, you get enough extra points to give you a nice random chance to get a blue and a very low chance to get a yellow. If you do 4 blues and yellow, you get more chances to get a higher rarity drop when you make this combination happen. So when you get to the max of it, so like I said, tier 2 is guaranteed 27 to 45. If I'm at 45 points for the production value, more than likely I'm getting a yellow item as the result of the combination. But you're at 45, you might as well find a way to go to 46, which makes you into the tier 3 category. So if you can do that. So that's the balance here. Now, you can make by combining tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5, and tier 6. Tier 6 is the highest you can get gear out of this game by doing this combination. Now, it is random and it's from the general pool. You're not going to ever get uniques out of this, but you can get good items early on. Some good tier 3, 4, 5, and 6 items. The fun thing about tier 6, it doesn't have a range. Tier 6 is exactly 100 productivity value, so you need to get to 100% value in here. And that's going to give you a tier 6, and that tier 6 is always going to be a yellow item. Always. You're not going to get a chance for anything else, because there is no range for it. So if I go ahead and put these in here, all right, that's a tier 2. This is why you save the yellows. You can't do the stone. These guys are too easy to make. They don't want you to get away with that. But this guy's breaking down. I'm going to save the yellow bow. If you don't get a damage off of it, then you just might as well. This has 3%, which really isn't a whole lot, but it's something. I'm going to go ahead and reassemble. You can see I got a blue leather gloves. So I can go ahead and, since I don't have leather gloves, equip those right now. Since I threw in all blues, it was fairly easy to get that. So you get a blue out of it. Now, I don't have very many tier 2s. I do have some more tier 1s, which are these shields, right? And these pickaxes, or these hatchets. Right? I don't like using the grays because they just don't add enough value to make it worthwhile. I don't need this hatchet anymore because I got this really good devastation hatchet and a really good nutcracker too. It's high strength roll, high smash chance roll, and strength is bonus flat damage, so I get an extra 5 points of strength. The critic rate's nice, the wound reinforcement nice, the dodge stamina usage, the lightning reinforcement, the endurance, it's okay. Lightning, I'm not doing lightning right now, but you can't throw in uniques. There is another crafting table at the survivalist houses. Those are going to be areas that have NPCs that give you quests. The first survival house that you have, or survival shelter, will have the guard. You'll eventually move into there and you can talk to him. He'll give you a randomized quest, but there'll be a crafting bench which you can has this reassembly specifically for uniques. You can do the exact same thing, but of course uniques are all one rarity. So if you stick in all the same tier, you're going to get the next tier up guaranteed. You can mix and match the tiers on the uniques, and there's a percentage you might get even a higher one, but it can be wonky. So it's better just to stick with all the same tier for the uniques when you're doing the same thing. So we're going to go ahead and craft this. Hopefully we get a yellow out of this. Nope, still got another blue. So at this point, we almost have 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. So we got 5 tier 2s to try and get a tier 3. Working is good. This one had +5 damage, which actually makes this pistol decent. But I'm not worried about this with this tutorial. Go ahead and put these together, and boom, got a tier 3 bone helmet right away. So that adds to your damage. That adds a lot more protection. Stick that on him. Guy looks really cool. As I said, you can also, if you need aluminum, go ahead and disassemble it. You will get aluminum ingots out of tier 3 gear, which aluminum is used to upgrade stuff. So if you want to go that and you don't have time to go to a spot that has aluminum, which there's none near the starting city, you can do that. But later on, there's plenty of places you can go get aluminum, so you don't actually have to break that down. But this gets you tier 3 gear, and once you get a full set of tier 3 gear, the protection value, right, of this helmet is just already more than the chest, which is usually the biggest piece. It gives you enough protection that your character should start hitting around 70% protection if you're in all bone armor. The bone armor does slow you down more than the leather, obviously, but now you can start taking hits. You don't have to use the shredder trick as much anymore. It's still useful in some areas, but you can take on 3 or 4 zombies pretty easy without taking a whole lot of damage, especially after you get enough points to start maxing out on the combat, this guard, the senior guard, and then the veteran guard. Unfortunately need a book, but that's another 20 points. That's literally, it's equal to a 20-point armor item. So these are getting 60 points for free. I don't know what crash damage is. I think this is fall damage. You take less fall damage, but you also can get more recovery from items. 20% that offsets that 10% negative trait if you ever took the indigestion. And here's another one for 30. So you get 50% right there. Unfortunately, this does take a book to get, but man, you're pretty much not having to worry about it. Plus the stats and other ways, you get extra hit points. You do get kick damage. There's a lot of stuff in this tree that, as I was pointing out before, offset some of the negatives. Not all of them. And then you're going to eventually need that wrench. I'm sure you've seen me as I click on poles or cars to break them down, what we do without saying I need a wrench. And that's, you're going to get one through the main storyline as you progress. You're going to have to kill the boss after you talk to Victor in the shelter, and then you're going to have to get a book that's past the boss, a little military guard checkpoint. And once you get those two, you can build the crafting table, and at the crafting table you can craft a wrench, and that's going to speed up a lot of your gameplay. You get access to being able to break down light poles and cars. It's going to give you a lot of iron out of those. As I mentioned earlier, you can take those iron rebars and iron plates, just like the planks. So if I come back over here, when I make a wood plank or a piece of lumber, and I disassemble a plank or a piece of lumber, it goes back to iron. You can take a iron plate, takes 1 iron ingot, rebar takes 1 iron ingot, and you can disassemble rebar back to iron ingots. So, and same thing with the, I don't know if you can do the iron plates. I don't know if I have any in my hand. Do I have any? Let's just make one. 4 science, disassemble, iron plate, yep, back to iron ingots. The only bad thing is nothing at all, because these don't take branches. These take branches to make. So if you need to go down, you can go down. You can go back up. These are the only ones that have extra materials. So you can disassemble an iron ingot, I think. Yeah. And these will make iron ore, but you lose the branch. That's the one I was trying to go through. So you lose the branch if you go back down to iron ore. Also, if you have iron ore, this stuff has to be for disassembly in your inventory. It does not pull from the boxes. Crafting, it pulls from the boxes. Disassembly, it pulls from your inventory only. One of the bad things. But if I was to come back over here and take the iron ore, I can disassemble it. One of these equals 10 pieces of iron. Sometimes I do that if I need a lot of nails, for example. I need to make some extra arrows. You can do this. Tape goes down to rubber. I don't usually go backwards. Plastic goes back to rubber resin. Because unfortunately, a lot of this stuff takes more to make. The tape to rubber is not a big deal to go back and forth from, but the actual plastic does take fuel as well as rubber resin. You only get rubber resin back. Rubber goes back down to rubber resin as well. So that's not a big deal to go from tape to rubber resin and back up. You're not losing anything in the process. Some stuff you lose, so you just got to be aware of that if you need to do that. Overall, this is a tutorial to get you started. Hopefully I explained a lot. Showed you the absolutely dead simple method of clearing out things very quickly. Having a very simple, easy horde-based setup with a single trap. Absolutely safe. You don't even have to worry about it. This setup will last for the first 5. So day 1, day 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You need to move down here by day 5. I'm not going to ruin the surprise, but there is a reason this won't work going past that time frame. You have plenty of time right here if you do this setup, even on legend difficulty, to get to the main mission done. And then let me go ahead and show you where you want to set up, just in case. And eat some food, so I have to worry about that at the moment. Oh, eat this movement speed boost.
The flavor and nutrition of meat are elements we need even in a survival environment.
This red house has zombies in it, but they can't get out. There's some down there by that fire. By that other thing, but you run this backside, pretty simple. So what you're doing is you're going to run down here, and I don't know if you already see ahead of me is this wall. This is a wall, what used to be called in the alpha and beta versions of the game, the rec center, not the research center. This is like a YMCA center or something like that. It's got a pool out back. It's a big giant mansion, giant walls. There's no gaps in the wall except for at the very front. So unfortunately, there are a good fair amount of zombies here. There are some inside that are the heavy elites. I'm going to go ahead and just kind of show you. There's a gate up front. So when you go to make your first horde base, I highly recommend using this spot. The zombies, this is completely indestructible. They will not be able to pass through here. And then what ends up happening is the zombies can only come in through this front gate entrance. You can, like you said, sneak around here. There's some by the intersection zombies, but there's nothing right here. If I come right here, you can actually put a couple of shredder traps across the entranceway here. Put 2. And then you can, I don't know if you see the heavies in that group in there. You can kill all the zombies. There's more zombies in the mansion house. You can put another shredder trap in front of the front door, just like we did at the research center and the sewer, and lead them all out and kill them all. And then you just literally build inside this courtyard. I have the other tutorial showing you how to build a horde base that basically will survive the rest of the game. You make a whole lot of, you make a maze of shredders, especially when you get electricity. You don't have to reset them. The electricity keeps them going forever. You build enough batteries, build enough windmills to keep them going, and you're basically going to funnel them, and they're going to come from one side or the other. And you're going to only just have enough rooms to walk through, and you're going to have a maze of shredders right at the very beginning. You're going to put some high walls behind the shredders so they can't get out and they have to go through all the shredders. The only thing you're going to have to worry about is certain zombies ignore this path if it's too small. I'll just grant that. So when those guys show up, I'll tell you, it's giants if you've gotten to this point. Giants will not fit through the small openings. If you're inside and they see this stuff, they're going to come right to your traps and start smashing them and breaking them from a distance. The traps, the shredders will not affect them. However, giants run straight for you regardless. So one of the tricks to deal with giants on an area this big, as long as you're on the ground floor, the trap's on the ground floor, and there's a path, the zombies will keep trying to come at you. The smaller ones through that maze, it's the only opening they'll go through. But if you're off to the side, like to the side of this house here, the giants will actually stand right here because this is the closest spot. So if you build a little ramp up and a little platform up top there, you can actually create a shooting perch, and you can just sit down and just pepper the giants from up here if you want to do that. You can build some columns and beams. There's ways to actually let giants in and trap them through columns because the giants just get stuck on the padding of columns and trees and stuff. That's one way to deal with them, since I'm already explaining the various methods to cheese this game. That's how you cheese the giants. It's not too hard to deal with, even without electricity. The reason to have the electricity is this way you can deal with the giants, and the traps are going to still be able to go without you having to run back over there and reload them. Otherwise, if you don't have electricity and you're dealing with the giants here, those traps will run out of juice. And then if you run back over there to reload the traps, the giants are just going to follow you, and then they're going to just get stuck on the traps and start smashing them, and you're going to run out of traps, and you're going to lose your whole horde base. So you really want to rush the electricity, and you have to do that by killing that first boss. I can do it on this day, no problem. There's ways to cheese the boss. Very similar to this methodology with the traps, but not quite as much because you can't build inside the dungeon, but you can build outside the dungeon. You can lead everything to the entrance of the dungeon where the boss spawns. So you can do the exact same thing almost. You don't need the shredder trap. You just stand at the front door, lead them up there, and just plink them from the side where they can't hit you, but you can hit them. It's kind of a silly thing. But this is the cheese strat for the game. Yeah, like I said, you want to set your base up here, and you want to do all the shredder clearing out for the first bit of the missions. Kill that boss, set up here, and then progress from there. At that point, you can kind of progress at your own pace if you want to. Especially if you're doing lower difficulties, it's not that big of a deal. The big deal is just rushing before day 5, day 6, that horde night. You get the surprise, bigger zombies, and you be set up there. But everything be set up there, and this gives you plenty of time to just clear everything out because you don't have to waste time harvesting a bunch of stuff or waste all your materials on other things. So with that, I'll combine these videos together. Hopefully this comes out while people are still playing this game, because this game doesn't seem to be as popular as 7 Days to Die and other games right now that just came out recently with their full releases. So maybe people come back to this and watch this video. You guys have a great day.